All right, we were doing chapter number 1, which is basics of income tax, where we discussed about creating our own law. We implemented the law yesterday. We started with then the specifics of our subject, which is income tax. I came and told you that when it comes to income tax, we look at the charging section of income tax, which is section number 4. We looked at 2 lines in charging section. We said income tax shall be charged on the total income which is earned by a person during the previous year at the rates in force and shall be accessible in assessment year. Yes, this is what we had in the charging section. In this we already discussed some items, which was one is person is individuals, HUF, company, firm, AOP, BOI, local authorities, AJP, artificial juridical person or AJPs. This is what we call it as persons. Yes, all these people are mandatory required to pay taxes if at all they are liable for it. After that, we discussed what is called as previous year and assessment year. We came and said the year in which you earn your income is called as the year in which you are going to pay tax is called as assessment year. Will always be for 12 months. Previous year will always be for 12 months. Previous year can be higher than 12 months. Previous year can even be for 1 day. For your exams, previous year is assessment year is. Background is clear? Yes, keep that in mind. Let's proceed forward. We already have discussed the balance items. Yes, income tax, nothing to discuss. Income tax is tax on income. Straightforward case. We have 2 items which is pending, which is assessable and total income. Rates in force, like I discussed, we'll discuss in next chapter. What is rates in force? Rates in force is the tax rate at which we have to levy the taxes. Next chapter. Today after breakfast we will do that only. We are entering sums in the post breakfast slot. Yes, let's first discuss about what is assessable and what is total income. What is assessable and what is total income? Yes. Let's start with the accessible part. Income will take a little more time. We are looking at something called as accessible. Look at it very carefully. It says income tax shall be charged on a person who's earning it, and you will assess it in the assessment year, which means for you to assess someone, there should be 2 things important. One is there should be a tax, the other is it should be earned when previous year. Yes or no? Yes. So what is happening is income tax came and said, yes, I know every person will earn income, but not every person may pay tax. Correct? No? Yes, every person may earn income, but not every person may pay tax. It may be possible that you may earn income, but it is not taxable. It may be possible. Agreed? Not agreed? Agreed. How? Less than the limit specified. Okay, next. Assume I am a person who's earning 10 crores. Still I will not pay any tax. Possible? No? No? Not possible? Possible? How? Sorry? 10 kodi ka? 10 kodi. One of the scenarios, yes, exemption can also be possible. See, again, the problem with you is you're not asking the right questions. I told that I am earning 10 crores and I am not liable to pay income tax. The question you need to ask is, Rahul, first of all, who are you? What? If I come and say, I am Mr. Bill Gates, will I earn 10 crores? Yes. Will I pay income tax in India? Why? I'll pay tax in my country. Possible? Not possible? Possible? No? Yes. My facts were clear. It was just incomplete. You did not ask the right question. You did not get the right answer. Correct? Not correct? Yes. I can also earn 10 crores, but I can still pay no taxes in India because I am not even liable for India. I am sitting in Bill Gates. Do you think Modi will come and say, no, Bill Gates also come and pay tax in India? No. Possible? Yes. Which is why what happened is they moved away from the person definition, because please understand, Bill Gates is also person. Yes or no? Yes. In that case, can Bill Gates go and come and pay taxes in India? No. You need to now find out those people who will pay taxes in India, for which we introduced this new word which is very famous in income tax called as assessee. Be very careful about how many S are there and how many E's are there. Yes, we call them as now assessee. In income tax, if you want to tax someone, or you want to check whether he is paying the right taxes, you will now start calling him as assessee. You will not stop calling as assessee. Going forward, there is no person called as person. There is only one person called as assessee. Ini mele adha definition. Yes or no? Yes. That is why if you notice when we did circulars, notifications and all, you would have found circulars are binding on both assessees and notifications are binding on both assessee and assessee is nothing but a person who's going to pay tax in India. A person who's going to pay tax in India. Background clear? Yes. Let's look at the assessee definition now. We have the definition of assessee in 2 clause 7. We have the assessee definition in 2 clause 7. Now, this itself is an evolved definition. You will notice what issues are there with the definition. Yes, let's read only the first line. Then I'll complicate things for you. Yes, read the first line. It says, assessee means mane. It says, assessee means a person by whom tax or any other sum is payable under the act. Assessee means a person who is liable to by whom tax or any other sum is payable under the act. Full stop. Now this is what was the definition when it was initially introduced. They came and said, Rahul, assessee is a person who's liable to pay tax or any other sum. Now you know and I know what is tax. What is this any other sum? Is this act collecting something beyond tax also from you? Very good. You're looking at some fines and penalties. Imagine an example where I come and say, assessee means a person by whom tax is payable. Now imagine what is happening. You're saying assessee by whom tax is payable. I do not put anything else. What is happening? You are doing all default. You're paying all late. You're not paying itself. You're not giving me money itself. You're telling 10%. I'm saying 40%. All fights is happening. I am last coming and saying, boss, you're cheating me too much. I want penalty from you. Because you're cheating the nation. You are cheating the nation. He said, put what penalty you want. I don't care. Put what penalty you want. I don't care. Because I am only liable to pay you. Not liable to pay you. Go get lost. Yes or no? Yes. Which is where they had to change the law and they now came and said, assessee means a person by whom tax and any other sum is payable. Any other sum can mean interest, fine, penalty, fees, whatever you call it. Anything which you ask in this act will be called as any other sum. Clear? Hello? Yes. Now, if you look at the definition, does the definition make sense? Read the definition. Does the definition make sense? Yes. Yes. Assessee means any person who should pay tax or any other sum. Do you find any problem in the definition? Ore or line da. Yes or no? Do you find any problem in the definition? You don't? Do you find a problem in the definition? No. Yes. I'll ask you a question. Tell me whether it falls here. Tell me whether it falls here. I am coming and saying, Rahul, my income is 10 crores. I am an Indian, liable to pay tax in India. I am Indian, liable to pay tax in India. My income is 10 crores. I have earned 10 crores. But all illegal. Yes, now what has happened is because everything is illegal, I will go and show it to government, correct? I'll show no. I'll go inform government, see 10 crores illegal income. I'm doing smuggling, drugging, all this. No, I did not show. I only showed to government that I earned 1 rupee today. 1 rupee tax payable is 0. 1 rupee tax payable is 0. Government came to my home and came and said, Dear Rahul, I have got to know that you're earning 10 crores of income. I've got to know that you have earned 10 crores of income. I want to put penalty on you, put you in jail, put everything wrong against you. I said, sir, get lost from here. You cannot do anything. Why? As per my declaration, my declaration is income of taxes. If my tax is 0, I am an assessee, correct? If my tax is 0, I am an assessee. Apo, can you come and ask? Should I come and disclose? Am I going to cheat government now? You only told me everything is right. You see the mistake? I have not completed itself. Let me come again. Yes, my point is very simple. Understand, you're telling assessee means a person who's liable to pay tax. I have declared to government 1 rupee. Am I liable to pay tax? Apo, am I an assessee? Apo, can government come to my home and come and check my 10 crores? Am I saved? No. But there is a problem. Government wanted that person, did not want that person. Government wanted the person. Yes. But the problem is you put the definition as a person who's liable to pay tax. I am not liable to pay tax. Correct. 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 They had to then change. They had to then change. Now notice what is happening is you started from means. You started from means, but now you have meaning. This is a combination of now a combination of exhaustive and inclusive. When they started, they made it exhaustive, then they broad. No, we'll bring others also. We'll bring others also. Read the first line now. Others includes every person in respect of whom any proceedings under this act has been taken for assessment in respect of his. What have I done? The person has come to your home and come and said, I want to check whether you have earned 1 rupee or 10 crores, which means he is initiating a proceedings against you and he wants to assess your income. Now am I an assessee? Yes. Now what is happening? Now I have told him that yes, I will come and verify you because I am checking your income. I want to launch a proceedings on you and I want to check whether you really earned 1 rupee or you earned 10 crores, which means now Rahul has become assessee. Correct, not correct? Hey, correct, not correct? Correct. Now if you read the definition says assessee means any person who is liable to pay tax or any other sum and also includes a person in respect of whom any proceedings are done for income. Now is the definition clear? Now is the definition covering everyone? Yes sir. Yes sir. Okay, scenario number 2. Scenario number 2. Same scenario. Rahul has earned 10 crores. Rahul has earned 10 crores. You told me that if I show 1 rupee, you will come and take me as assessee. Take me as assessee. Current year, I declared to government that I made a loss of 3 rupees. Current year, I declared it to government that I made a loss of. Now tell me, am I paying tax? Am I covered above? Am I having income? Apo, am I covered here? Apo, am I having assessee definition? Apo, can you come and ask me? Patiya, what has happened? Now, I don't have tax. I don't have income also. Now I have loss. Now am I an assessee? No. Apo, definition is incomplete. Definition is incomplete, which means now I have to change it and also introduce. Also introduce loss. Read. In respect of his income or loss sustained by him or loss sustained by him. Now Rahul, is the definition complete? Okay, now is the definition complete? What is pending? Now tell me. Summa. Nanda solitaire. Yes. Think about it. I am telling if I have an income, I have to pay tax. If I have an income, I have to pay tax. If I have loss, also I am covered. If I have income but no tax, also I am covered. What and all scenarios are over? That is also liable for paying taxes, no? You're supposed to pay is liable to pay tax. Then why do you have to include assessee in default separately? You have not gone there itself. You have not completed the above one. Close panadam. My point is very simple. Think about those scenarios where you have missed out someone. See, think about a scenario where I'm telling I have income. Am I covered? Yes. I have loss. Am I covered? I have tax payable. Am I covered? What is pending? Why would income tax be bothered? Why would income tax be bothered? It's between you and me, no. You have given me loan, I'm going to get it back from you. Why is income tax going to come into picture? You're going to call Modi and come and say, collect it, ma'am? No, right? Yes. My questions are very simple. You're talking to government. If you have income with government, government covered you. If you have loss with government covered you. If you have payable to government, also government covered you. What is pending? You have receivable from government. How? Very good. You have something called as what refund? You have something called as tax refund. What is tax refund, Rahul? What is tax refund? Tax refund is a scenario where you have given some money to government, but you're not payable for anything. You're not payable for anything. Everything which you gave back is going to come back to you. Everything you give is going to come back to you. We discussed in the first class that we have one topic called as TDS. Tax deducted at source. What has happened is I have earned 1 lakh. The other person deducted 10,000 and gave it off to government from my side. From my side, without even checking whether I am having tax payable or not. Today, if I don't have tax payable, what will happen? 10,000 will stay with government or will come back to me? It will come back to me. Now imagine a scenario. I am coming and saying, Rahul, my income is 0. My income is 0. Do I have an income? Do I have a loss? Do I have a payable? But I have a receivable from. So I will come and now declare what? I will come and say, dear government, my income for the current year is. But I have something to come back from you. Actually, I earned 10 crores. Actually, I earned 10 crores. Government says, no, you are having income. I said, sir, 0. You are having loss. I said, sir, 0. You are having payable. I said, sir, 0. What I have? Can he check now? Can he check now? No, because it is not covered. I only covered payable, income, not covered refunds, not covered refunds. Now I have to cover refund also. I have to cover refund also. Definition then changed, and then you introduce something called as refund due. Then you introduce something called as refund due. So payable is on the top, refund is on the bottom. Nadula you have income and loss. Now does the definition look complete? Yes, ma. End part, ma. Refund tavara ellame. We discussed the fact that if you are a person, you are supposed to pay tax. For you to be paying taxes in income tax, we need to call you a special person called as. Therefore, assessee definition comes and says any person who's liable to pay tax. Yes. But what is happening is, since you are liable to pay tax, you also have to ensure that other people who are not liable to pay tax are also covered, so that you can check them. So therefore, I am also covering those people for whom tax is not payable, but I want to check their income, or I want to check their loss, or I want to check their refunds. So I am now covering any kind of person who's liable to pay tax, whose income I want to check, whose loss I want to check, or whose refund I want to check. This is my SSC definition. This is my SSC definition. All clear? People, sounds good. Now does the definition look complete? Looks complete? Yes. But somewhere someone is still pending. Somewhere someone is still pending. You see something called as SSC in default. Pata onno puriyadu. Yes. Don't look at the book. That is where I am here. Ask yourself a question. We discussed just now about a concept called as TDS. Tax deducted at source. What is happening? What is happening? Rahul is earning 1 lakh rupees. But who should pay tax? Rahul should pay tax. So what is happening is Rahul is earning 1 lakh rupees. Rahul should pay tax. But government is coming and telling the other party. The government is coming and telling the other party, before Rahul itself pays taxes, you do one thing, you also pay 10,000. Now, it's not like he's going to pay extra money from his pocket. What will he do? Before giving me the 1 lakh rupees, he will take 10,000 out of it. Which means what he'll do? He'll do 2 GPay transactions. One GPay transaction will be 90,000 to Rahul. One GPay will be 10,000 to government. One GPay will be 10,000 to government. Now, question to you, the other person paid this on behalf of Rahul. Which means that person is only acting as an agent, intermediary agent, whatever you call it. Question to you, the 10,000 which that other person has, is his income? Is his expense? Hey. Yes, no. He had to pay you 1 lakh rupees. So it is his expense. It is not his income. Correct? No. Correct? No. My question is, in this definition, anywhere is it covered? I'm talking about a person's income. Is it there? No. I'm talking about a person's loss. Is it covered? No. I'm talking about someone's tax payable. Is it there? No. It's not his tax payable. It is my tax payable. It is not his tax refund. It is my tax refund. Which means the other person who has the 10,000 rupees, is he covered? Is he covered? Now tomorrow what will happen? That person will take the 10,000 rupees, keep it in his pocket. Rahul also did not get. Government also did not get. Now government went to him and came and said, how dare you keep my money? He said, sir, I have all the dare in the world because I am not covered. Because I am not covered. It's neither my income, nor my payable, nor my refundable, nor my loss. I will keep the money. Do what you want. Do what you want. You cannot cover me. You cannot cover me. Now, think about it. Think about it. In all practical sense, you were acting as an agent responsible for collecting money from me and giving it to government. But you have missed out to do that. You have missed out to do that, which means you are a defaulting agent. You are a defaulting agent on behalf of principal. Principal is assessee. So, which means you are an assessee in default. You are an assessee in default. Income tax comes and says, if you are given a responsibility as an agent, if you don't satisfy your conditions, you will be called as an assessee in default. He said, sir, you give whatever name you want. At the end of the day, I am not covered. And therefore came the second part of it, where they came and now covered. Read. Other person is other than Rahul, yes. Yes, which means now I am covering every person deemed to be an assessee or an assessee in default. Assessee in default. So now if you are the one who's going to take my money and keep it with yourself, not pay to government, you are also now covered. I can come and call forth you and come and say you are not doing your job properly. I'm sorry, penalty, interest, everything I will levy on you. Everything I will levy on you. Yes. Yes. Now Rahul, have I covered everyone? Yes. Now I have covered the person who's going to pay. I have also covered the person who's going to collect. Rendu pero cover aitanga. Definition is complete now. Definition is complete now. You think no? You could have completed the definition with the first line alone. Ana ivlo complication irukku. Because small thing can make a change. Small thing can make a change. Everything has to be properly drafted. Correct draft pannana, everyone will play around. Everyone will play around. You started with the first line and you came and said, Rahul, everything is pakka. I gave you 4 scenarios. 4 scenarios I told it's not taxable. Mare pochla. Yes, it will change. It will change. That is how laws are drafted in India. Therefore, for you to understand a law drafting, you should first understand why it's made that way. Why it's made that way. Now, the definition is clear. Everyone. Yes. So, the assessee definition, read once again. It says, any person whose tax or any other sum is payable under the Act and is including every person in respect of whom proceedings under the Act is initiated for assessment, for loss, for refund, also includes any person who is an assessee or an assessee in default as per the provisions of the Act. As per the provisions of the Act. Now, in somewhere in the middle, you will see for this person or any other person. This person and any other person. Think about it. I have told you some time back that if you are having a minor at home, in some scenarios, minor will pay its own tax. In some scenarios, parent or guardian will pay the tax. Now, imagine a scenario where the minor has earned income and income tax says parent should pay. Parent does not pay. Parent says it is not my income. It is not my tax. It is not my refund. It is not my loss. It is neither that I am an assessee in default. Therefore, I will not pay. Get lost. Which is where now they came and said, no, it is not just about your income. It is about someone else's income for which you are responsible. It is also about someone else's income which you are responsible. Further discussion on it when we go to a chapter called as clubbing of income. When we go to the chapter of clubbing of income, right now the point is they are coming and also covering those kind of cases where it's not your income, but you have to pay tax for that person. You have to pay tax for that person. Clear? Hello? Definition over? Yes. The next 2 parts of the notes in the definition is just a clarification to you, where they're saying any other sum means interest, penalty, cess, TDS, TCS, everything. Income of any other person refers to case where he is a representative assessee, clubbing of income. Third scenario, assessee in default arises in case where you fail to deduct or remit TDS, TCS or pay advance tax within the due dates. Yes, this is what the assessee definition is. All good? All good? Yes, the next part of the definition is not so important. We are looking at something called as assessment. Assessment is nothing but, hey, normal English assessment means, someone is going to evaluate you. Who is going to evaluate? Or Modi or officer. The officer is going to evaluate your assessee. So the procedure by which an officer evaluates your income, losses, refund, payables, other sum, assessee in default, everything is called as assessment. Now, since we have now jumped to income tax, going forward the person is not called as officer. The person is called as assessing officer. He is going to assess your income. He's going to assess your income. So who is going to get assessed is called as assessee. Who is going to assess you is called as assessing officer. We call him as AO. We call him as AO, assessing officer. It is not assessee officer, it is assessing officer. Assessee officer is ennoda aalu. Yes, assessing officer is he is going to assess my income and check and let me know. Check and let me know. Okay. Okay. Yes. Understand this one thing, that when it comes to income tax standardly is a self-based assessment. Income tax standardly is a self-based assessment, meaning first opportunity will be given to you. You come and voluntarily tell me what is your income. You come and voluntarily tell me how much is your tax. Normally that is what the process is. I will give you the opportunity to come and tell that you are the right person. You are the right person. So I will tell you that yes, I have drafted income tax. I will not come and monitor you. I have given it to you. Your job is to ensure that you give the right income and the right taxes. So income tax normally is a self-based assessment. But there are assessing officers also empowered, where they are coming and saying, if it is found out that the person is not genuine, then assessing officer will come forth and he will also come and check. My point is very simple. Just because you file a return today does not mean that there will be one officer who will pakka come and check. It happens on a case-to-case basis. Audit sample ago. If you get picked up in the sample, then you are screwed. Then the officer will play around with you. If you're not picked up in the sample, what you did is assumed to be correct. Which is why we have these penalties and all those things. Understand why will someone levy penalty? They will only levy penalty when you itself are cheating government. Yes or no? If government itself is going to find out your tax, do you think they can levy penalty to you? No, they will come and say, Nandana kanda puducha, appo enna the penalty. Yes, penalties are levied when you declare something and that is not correct. Correct. Understand, any law in India for that matter is all self-based first. People expect that you should know the law first of all. You should do it properly. And then I also have officers on the back who can come and check whether you're doing it properly. That is why they are called as law enforcers. Yes or no? That is why they're called as law enforcers. It's not like they will itself come to your home and come and say, let me tell you how much tax to pay. Then the life is simple. Yes. Now imagine for every assessee, if they have one person coming to your home every day and coming and saying how much tax to pay, do you think India can run properly? Obviously. That's why they came and said, first it's a self-based assessment. You assess and you tell me what is your income. You assess and tell me what is your tax. If I feel something is wrong, then I will appoint an assessing officer who will come to you and come and check and verify. Clear, not clear? Yes. So all the jokes and all we played in the past, where I came and said I am giving something and suddenly some person comes and stands in the back, generally will not happen. It's not like today you do a transaction, generally will not happen. They will all sit in the back only. They will not come to you unless and until they find out that you are a wrong person. Okay, so it's all hypothetical, where I'm telling someone will stand along with you. Officers don't stand next to you next. Yes, because they also don't know who you are unless and until you are picked up. Yes, all those things are only for joke purposes. Practically it does not happen. Clear? Yes. Now, I'm coming and saying, Rahul, you are an assessee. Person who is doing the assessment on you is an assessing officer. Your job is to pay for the income earned in the. So in all practical sense, the logic is that any income which is earned in the previous year, tax should be paid in. Yes or no? But think about it. Previous year and assessment year is the same. No, they are different. Assessment year comes later or previous year comes later? Assessment year comes later. So imagine that you have earned an income in previous year. Tax is to be paid in assessment year. There is a gap. In that gap, a lot of things can happen. And Indian government can lose money. Yes or no? Yes. What examples can you think of? That just because you having an assessment year later, government may lose money? Very good. There is a possibility that you have earned some money in previous year. In the middle of the previous year itself, you left the country. Planning to come back, not planning to come back. In that case, what will happen? Do you think you will pay your tax? No. Do you think government will wait till assessment year? No. Government will not wait till assessment year. Why? Because if he waits till assessment year and you don't come back, what will happen? Do you think government will give him a flight ticket to go call you and then to pay your taxes? Does not happen. Which means in cases where you are planning to leave India, the risk of not getting the tax on time is high. In that scenario, should I have a two different previous year and assessment year? In that scenario, should I have two different previous year and assessment year? No. In that case, what will I like? I will tell boss, forget assessment year and all. Pay me tax in which same year? Previous year itself. Pay me tax in previous year itself. Hello. Yes or no? Yes. So I can come and say, boss, in that case, previous year and assessment year will become the same. Yes. Example number 1. Cases leaving India. No intention of coming back. No intention of paying a penalty. No intention of coming back. In that case, assessing officer can come and say, yes, I'm sorry, you are planning to leave India. I don't think that you're going to come back. I cannot wait till assessment year. What if you don't pay me the tax? What if you don't pay me the tax? In that case, it is better for me to collect the tax before you leave itself. Now you will come and ask me, Rahul, practically how will it happen? Practically how will it happen? Now if you're leaving India, you need passport, visa. Yes. Now whenever you apply for a visa, they have to give you a timeline. You have to give them a timeline saying, yes, I'm getting an employee visa, business visa. I'm only going for 1 year. I'm only going for 2 years in all those cases. Assume you get a visa, which is infinite visa, where you come and say, I'm traveling from here, permanently settled. Permanently settled. Now, government knows. Government will inform income tax department. Income tax department will come and say, before you step outside the, pay me the, then you can, practically can be done. Practically can be done. Everything is linked to each other. Scenario number 2. Scenario number 2. Suddenly, plan panit try panalo onnada. Yes. Scenario number 2. Imagine a scenario where you passed away. Imagine a scenario where you passed away. Now my question is very simple. If you passed away, do you think assessing officer will come on your deathbed and come and say, no, don't die, first pay me tax? Will he come and ask you to pay tax and then only die? No. In that case, will previous year and assessment year become the same? No, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He collects your taxes in previous year also, you are not there. He collects taxes in assessment year also, you are not there. In that case, do you want to merge both? Rahul, how will I collect taxes? Simple. Which means this exception is not there. So we only have one exception right now, which is anything else? Sorry? Apina? சரி ஸோ பண்ணிட்டோம். அதுக்கு ப்ரீவியஸ் இயர் அண்ட் அசஸ்மெண்ட் இயருக்கு என்ன சம்பந்தம்? You are going to levy lesser taxes. Previous year tax income will fall. So previous year tax will also fall. அது நீ assessment yearல collect பண்ணாலும் ஒன்று தான், previous yearல collect பண்ணாலும் ஒன்று தான். What is the difference? Same தானே? Anything else? Meaning? சரி. Okay, so you will go to the assessee and come and say, you have zero bank balance, get some money for me for tax, then only you get insolvent. Then he anyway has nothing to pay. What is the point of you bringing it to previous year? He goes insolvent in the middle of the previous year. Correct, Ra. My question is, you are already going to become insolvent. Do you have money to pay? No. If assessing officer comes that time and comes and says, give me money, do you have to pay? No. Next year also if he comes and asks, you have to pay. What is the difference? I am looking at scenarios where if I come to you today, I'll be able to get the money from you. But if I come to you in assessment year, I may not be able to get the money. In his scenario, both the cases I will not be able to get the money. Does it matter then? Forget it off. Anything else? Think about those cases where if I come to you right now, I'll be able to get the money. If I come to you later, I will not be able to get the money. One is a very good scenario. You're leaving India. Sorry. Nothing else? Nothing else? No idea? No idea? Think about it. You're always thinking from individual angle. Think from other persons. Think from other persons. Think. Is there anything that a company in India is converted into a foreign company? You can't do that. No. How can you convert a company in India to a foreign company? Even if you convert it to a foreign company, what will happen? Even if you convert it to a foreign company, what is the big deal? You think foreign company does not pay tax? They will pay the tax irrespective of that. No, they don't. Yes, ma. Indian company has switched its head office to foreign company. Branch is still in India. Branch is still using Indian resource. Branch is still earning income in India. Branch should still pay tax in India. No, again, that's my next question then. Do you think when it comes to a branch and a head office, only head office pay taxes? It will pay, no? So the branch is already available here, no? If something goes wrong and head office does not pay, what can you do? You can go to the you can go and sit in the branch and come and say, call your bosses from head office, then only I will let you go. Yes, ma, you were telling something. See, I'm okay with you paying outside India. I'm okay with you not paying at all. My question is not about you paying somewhere else. My question is about you not paying at all. I'm trying to cheat government. That is what my intention is. Okay, if you're ready to pay somewhere outside India, then I'm happy. No, what is my problem? At the end of the day, it's not like you're cheating government. Yes, I know Indian government will be sad that it did not get the money, but at the end of the day, you are not a cheater. You're paying somewhere. That is important. Very good. Think about an example where you're going to shut down your business. Think about an example where you're going to shut down your business. Now, what is going to happen? You're going to shut down your business in the previous year. In the previous year, government is asking you for tax in the assessment year. Now, government comes in assessment year and comes and says, pay me tax for the business which you shut down. You said, sir, business already shut down. I am a company. I am a company. If you wanted to collect tax, you should have collected from. You cannot collect from because I am separate legal entity. Hello. Yes or no? Yes or no? In that case, government will come and say, boss, before you shut down first you, then only you can. Logical. Logical. Yes. Think about it. If you shut down a company, what happens? You have profits in the company. Who will take the profits? Shareholders will take the profits and leave. Now, tomorrow in assessment year, the assessing officer is coming and saying company should pay tax. Who will he go to? He will come to you or that shareholder or that shareholder. He cannot call everyone together. Yes or no? In that case, what is more sensible? To go to the company and come and say, before you shut down, first to pay me my taxes, then only you can shut down. Logical. Yes. Scenario number 2, business or profession discontinued in the previous year. Business or profession discontinued in the previous year. Think something else. Think something else. Anything else? Very good. Imagine an example where you have a lot of assets and all these assets are your own assets. Tomorrow you're also earning business income. You're also earning business income. You have to pay tax on the business income. Yes, sir. Where will you pay the tax from? Either the business income or the assets. What you did is you were running a business, you got income. With that income, you bought assets. With that income, you bought assets. Now, government is coming and saying, pay me tax. You said, sir, I don't have money, I only have assets. Government says, I'll take over your assets. Possible? Now, the problem is if you have assets only, the government will take it over. What if you sell off all your assets? Possible? Not possible? Possible? Yes. What you can do? You can go and call another friend or your relatives or your family members. Do one thing. Run your own business. Earn income. Liable to pay tax. Before you get your tax payable, you take everything and put it in an asset and then transfer all these assets to someone else. Transfer all these assets to someone else. Are you now the owner of assets? Do you have money to pay? Government comes to you and comes and says, pay me tax. You say, sir, kaila kaase illa. Yenpa kaase illa, sir, ella assets indadu vittan. You gave it to family member. Kaasa vaanga poriya. See, if you're going to get cash from your family member, that itself is income then. Adhika mela or tax vandrum. Correct, no? Air can be business income ke you don't want to pay tax. The gift ke vare ni tax ke asing margo. Yes or no? Yes or no? You gave it to your family members, did not collect a single rupee back. Did not collect a single rupee back. Kaila kaasa irukku. Iruka. Assessing officer is coming in assessment year and coming and saying, pay me tax. You're saying, sir, kaila kaasa illa. He realizes that the reason you don't have tax is because you sold all your. What will he do? What will he do? He will come and say, boss, all your sale is, forget it off. The day when you sell it itself, I will come and stand before you and come and see that, yes, you are selling all your assets for not paying taxes. I will come and say, before you sell, first pay me my. Then only you can sell. Correct. Correct. Income tax has a section called as section 281, transfer to be deemed as void, where they will come and clarify that if at all assessing officer could not find it out on a later day, he will assume that the sale which you made itself is invalid. In which case, what will happen? It will be assumed that the asset is still in your hand. If the asset is still in your hand, who has to pay? You have to pay. In which case, what will happen? You will have to go to the other person and come and say, sir, now this is not your asset, this is still my asset, I have to pay tax from it. No options. There are provisions for everything in hand. Don't worry. Yes. Yes, he is. At the end of the day, it's your responsibility if you're going to buy assets from someone to always check that the person is a defaulter or not. Mandatory policy. In Companies Act also you will learn. You learn there is something called as doctrine of indoor management. You have it? Yes, where they come and say that you should be aware about what is happening in that company. Yes, andamari case irukku, same scenario. So what happens is whenever you buy assets from someone, it is normally a practice in the market to go and check from him that yes, do you have enough business going on right now? Do you have something running right now? If you don't have something right now, tell me whether you have any payables to government. If it has any payables, then the person will generally not buy the asset. Will generally not buy the asset because tomorrow government can come and say the asset itself is not valid. The asset itself is not valid, sale itself is not valid, in which case the buyer will be in a problem. The buyer will be in a problem. So normally practice buyer has to ensure that the seller does not have any dues. Seller does not have any dues. Clear? Yes, there are mechanical provisions for everything possible. For everything possible. Government has thought through everything carefully. Yes. What scenarios have we discussed? Leaving India. Shutdown of business. Sale of assets. Sale of assets. Yes or no? Yes. Balance 2, I'll help you. Balance 2, I'll help you. Imagine a simple example. Imagine a simple example where you created something in the current year. You created something in the current year. For example, you did a small transaction. Let's say, for example, you and your friends decided together that you want to open a lemonade stand. You want to open a lemonade stand. Now, tell me, you people together will call a firm, correct? Will you be called as a firm? No agreement, no nothing. Suma, you come together and decide you want to open a lemonade stand. What will you be called as? Very good. You'll be called as a body of individuals. You'll be called as a body of individuals because there is no legal binding. You have not agreed amongst yourselves that I have a partnership agreement. I will give you this much share. You will give this much share. I will put this much money. Randomly, you came together and you decided that you want to do business together. You want to do business together. You will be called as. Question. Lemonade stand you open today will go for 10 more years. The lemonade stand which you open today will go for 10 more years. It will go for months. It will go for months. Yes or no? Season 3 chale automatic lemonade stand close I don't. Yes or no? Yes. Now you all came together. Did the lemonade business. 5 months you did. Business over. Season over. Business over. Season over. All happened in previous year. You incorporated in previous year. You ended in previous year. You incorporated in previous year. Ended in previous year. Assessment year. Assessing officer comes and says, pay me. You say, assessing officer, sir, I did not do business alone. If you want, collect from him. He says, sir, I did not do business alone, collect from him. He says, I did not do business, collect from. Everyone is saying, I will not pay because everyone is separate legal entity. They are saying, sir, I can pay in my individual capacity, but the money was earned by BOI. If you want, collect taxes from BOI. BOI is shut down. BOI is shut down. In this case, will department let you shut down the BOI? Department will come and say, pay my tax from the BOI first, then only you can. Logical. AOP BOIs created in the current year, dissolved in the same year. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now last scenario. I am talking about non-residents now. I'm talking about non-resident. What is non-resident? Sorry? A person who's not residing in India. Question to you. Rahul, a person who's not residing in India does not have to pay taxes in India. True or false? It's false. It's false. Does not mean that if a person is not residing in India, he will not pay tax. He will pay taxes in India to the extent of his Indian income. Rahul, how will you compute? What will you compute? How to do everything? Chapter number 3. Panwo. We will do together. Point is, assume as of now that a non-resident can pay taxes in India. Now, there is a person who's coming from a foreign country, coming to India. Did some business, left India. You will ask him to pay tax in Previous year itself. This is already falling in the first example we told. So I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. Imagine a scenario where what is happening is you are a non-resident shipping company. What are you? Non-resident shipping company. I'm very clear. I'm wanting non-resident shipping company. I'm not talking about non-resident airline companies, because airlines, what will happen? When they're moving from one country to another country, they can move in one day itself, which means they will keep going back to India. But when it comes to shipping companies, it will take time, or it will happen in one day itself. It will take time. It will take time. Imagine an example. What happens is there is a non-resident ship coming from its country to India for doing what? What business? Shipping business. To take people or take goods. To take people or take goods from India and deliver them outside India. Deliver them outside India. Imagine non-resident shipping company has come to India, is on the harbor, has called people from India, has called goods from India. All these are Indian incomes. True or false? True or false? Which means shipping company should pay tax. Shipping company should pay tax. Shipping company comes and says, no, sir, right now I don't want to pay tax. I'll come back in assessment year. I'll come back in assessment year. Will you trust him? Why? Why? Hey, understand, if it's an airline company and all, it is there in headquarters somewhere else also. It has an headquarters somewhere else also. It will keep going and coming back to India. But shipping company, today it leaves from India. Where it goes, you know. Do you know? You can't know. Possible. Possible. I'm not telling, see, I'm not talking about big shipping companies which has 10-50 ships, because then they will have a branch. Then they'll have a headquarters. I'm talking about one person having only one ship. Will you be able to find out that person? Will you be able to find out that person? He has only one ship. He's only doing business with that one ship. Tomorrow, what happens? He leaves and goes from India. Will you be able to catch hold of him? You don't even know where he is next. Do you think the assessing officer will take a helicopter, reach the ship and come and say, pay me tax and assessment here? What is more sensible? You will tell him, boss, before you leave India itself, you anyway know what income you have earned. Might as well pay my tax and leave. What is the big deal? Anyway, kaila kaas vandachala. Part of it you give it to me, then you take go. Then you go. What is the point of you waiting till assessment year for this? Anyway, you have money in hand right now itself. Yes or no? Yes or no? Scenario number 5. Non-resident shipping company coming to India, leaving India. Coming to India, leaving India. Anju scenario. In these 5 scenarios, what will happen? The previous year will become the same as assessment year, or ulta, assessment year will become the same as previous year. This is a theory question for your exam. 4-mark question. Okay, logic clear. Generally, income of previous year is accessible in its assessment year. However, in the following cases, income of previous year shall be accessible in the previous year itself. Scenario number 1. Ship of a non-resident entering into India will be permitted to leave the Indian port only after taxes has been paid at the rate of 7.5% for the freight earned from carriage in India. Forget the rate, doesn't matter. This is final level syllabus. Okay, the rate is more final level syllabus, will not be tested in your exam. Don't worry about it. You only have to know that a shipping company coming to India will pay taxes, then only leave India. Second, individual leaving India with no present intention of coming back. When you leave, I don't know whether you will come back or not. Scenario number 3. If AOP, BOI, AJP formed for a particular purpose is likely to be dissolved in the same year itself. I am creating same year, dissolving same year. Next, a person is likely to charge, sell, transfer, dispose or part with his asset to avoid payment of his liability. Finally, a business or profession is discontinued. Clear? Yes. Logic's clear? Yes. No. Yes. When you start the drafting, I'll tell you how to do it. Yes. Right now, logic clear. But I told you my subject is practical subject. It's not a theory subject. Too much of theory, if I ask you to mug up, it will become a problem. Because there is already enough to remember. So let's make this simpler. Let's not mug it up. Let's prepare a story. It's better to read stories than HUF. Where? Third pointer. Why will you HUF create in the same year and dissolve in the same year? See, in that case, partition of HF will take place. At the end of the day, what will happen is there is a chapter in finals which is called as liability in special cases, where what happens is if there is a partial partition happening, technically all incomes of HF are exempt from tax. So anyway, the income is not taxable, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Yes. Can we go for it? Let's make a story. Now, I will not give you hypothetical stories. I'll give you real stories so that you can remember it and understand it better. One thing which you notice is that all the 5 points which you see are all looking like cases where person is trying to cheat. In India, there is only one biggest loyal person of India, Mr. எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியுமா? இல்ல பழைய ஸ்டோரிஸ் பார்த்திருக்கீங்களா? Have you seen my previous classes or you are actually knowing about it? Yes. The biggest loyal person of India is Mr. Now you tell, I will not tell because camera போயிட்டு இருக்கு. Okay, கடைசில ஜெயில போட்டாருன்னா பிரச்சனை வரும். Yes. So imagine a scenario where there is a person called Mr. VM. Hey, you remember the full name. Okay, I will not put it. There is a person called Mr. VM. Now what has happened is Mr. VM, you know how the background is. Yes. He had a big business, flight company, air hostess company, model company, எல்லாமே இருந்தது. At some point of time, what you may not know about is that this person was also interested about F1 racing. You know what is F1 racing? What is F1 keta? Formula 1 now. F1 racing is car racing. Like you have horse racing, you have car racing. At some point of time, that was his turning point. When he started investing money into this Formula 1, that is where the problem started, because he put too much money inside it. Formula 1 is also as good as gamble only. If you do it on horses also, it is a gamble. Formula 1 is also gamble. So what happened is this person ended up buying a Formula 1 team. Like you can buy IPL team, he bought a Formula 1 team. And that's where the problem started. He put too much money there and the Formula 1 did not win, which means he lost all. After he lost all money, that's when the downside started. So my story is somewhere there only. There is a person called Mr. VM, earning enough, heavy rich person, earning enough, decided one day that he wants to buy a F1 team. Now the problem is, no matter how rich you are, you do not have enough money to buy an F1 team yourself. So you need people. So you reached out to some other friend of yours. The friend name was Mr. NM. Now this is not the NM which you think. Although the surname is same, the surname is same what you think, but the first name is not the same person. There was a person like this, same as him. He also did a big scam in India. For diamonds. A big scam in India, almost about 3,000, 4,000 crores scam. Okay, all diamond related scam. He did scam with flights, he did scam with diamonds. Yes, if you want to know who is this person and what is the story behind it, a very good show which is there for all those people who have a Netflix subscription. I already told, is it? Sandosham. For those people who are not there in foundation, there was a show called as Bad Boy Billionaires. Please to watch the show. Very good show where you will actually be able to find out the level of scams people have done in India. There are 3 episodes in that. First episode is of this person, second episode is of that person, and third episode is about the Sahara scam. Have you heard about the Sahara group? Very long back, when you were very small kids, you would have seen it in Indian jerseys. One big logo, circle logo will come. It looked like India logo. Back then when I was a kid, I used to think that is what is India logo. I thought Indian flag because India chakra is also round only. So I had this feeling that was what is Indian logo. Later on only I found out that is a company logo. Yes, 3 very beautiful scams of India, and all one after other. So the first smallest scam was Mr. VM. Second bigger scam was NM. Third biggest scam was Sahara scam. Very good show for those people who have not done it foundation and have not seen it in the past. Very good show. You should really see. You will realize what kind of frauds can happen in India legally also. Nothing was illegal in those frauds, by the way. It was all legal frauds. As of now, Rahul, who and all is in jail? No one is in jail. Yes, VM found out that he is going to jail, so he left. NM found out he is going to jail, so he also left. Sahara person was put in jail. Has now come out. Has now the same property which he created by the money of everyone else. by the money of everyone else, he is still living a luxury life. He doesn't have to earn for the next 50 years. Doesn't matter. 50 years with 2 more generations. No one has to pay money. He literally lives in a palace. And every money of the palace is coming from poor people. Not even normal people. Poor people. All poor people's money he lived his life on. Yes, worst of the life he is living. I mean, people are literally cursing that guy, but no one cares. Half of the people are already dead, so it's okay. Yes. Point is, what has happened is, it so happened that NM also fell there only. NM also fell there only. Now, real life, NM and VM did not come together, but in real life, what happened is NM also bought an F1 team and VM also bought an F1 team. For our example, what we'll assume is they both came together. For our example, we'll assume they both came together. Story is like this. What has happened is NM, having enough money, decided to open a F1 team, for which he needed a friend. So he reached out to VM and told, let's come together and let's create a team. Let's create a team. F1 game started. F1 game ended. Same year, different year. Same year. F1 game started, F1 game ended. Same year. Same year. They lost big time. They lost big time. All bets lost. All bets lost. Money in hand, there, not there. Not there. Money in hand, not there. But he would have obviously not taken only his money. He would have also taken loans. So now the lenders are coming and saying, give me back my money. Does he have money to pay? What will he decide to do? He'll decide to leave. Where? Business India. India. So Mr. VM, after he did the F1 racing, F1 shut down, nothing won. He dissolved the F1 team. He dissolved the F1 team, got nothing in return. Only losses. Only losses. Now decides that he doesn't have money to pay, so he decides to leave India. He decides to leave India. But he cannot just like that today pack his bag and leave India. He needs to first do what? Hey. He needs to do what? He already has something in his hand right now, which is his existing business. He cannot leave just like that. What will he do? He will decide to shut down the business. He will decide to shut down the business. So he decided that he will shut down KF. He'll shut down KF. Now, if he has to shut down KF, he has to also sell all the assets. Yes or no? Yes. What is the sequence? VM, NM come together, create F1. F1 lost. So therefore F1 closed. He decides to leave India. Before leaving India, he has to, for shutting down business, he needs to sell assets. He needs to sell assets. Background ipodiko clear. Yes. So what has happened is he has now decided to sell all the assets. So he sold all the assets. He sold all the assets. He has some money. He drank of it. And then he shut down KF. Now what is he deciding to? Leave India. He decides to leave India. How will he go? By walk? By road? By car? By flight? So he decided he wants to take a flight. But the problem what happened is everyone in the flight is his competition only, because he shut down his own flight. So he will have to take a competitor flight. Now competitors know that they should not let him go because he is having a lot of money with others. So which means he will take a flight. He will have to take a ship. Yaar, private jet. Ellame loss aachira. Aptikku mela private jet unukku. Yes. Now what has happened is he doesn't have a flight because his competitors are not letting him get on board, which means he cannot take a flight. Now the only way to reach overseas is by flight or by. So he decides to go and look at his Indian ships. None of the Indian ships are ready to take him because everyone knows he has to pay money. The only people who do not know about it is non-Indians. So therefore he called friends from foreign. Whom did he call? Pick a person. But I'll get a shipper ka? Huh? Yes. In my example, I generally come and say the person who's being called is Doraemon. Logical person. Huh? I'm anywhere ship vandirka. Yes. So you called your friend Doraemon. And you came and said, dear Doraemon, I want to leave India. Bring your anywhere ship. So he comes, brings his anywhere ship, comes to India, takes VM and leaves India. Intention of not coming back. Intention of not coming back. Story, happy ending. Avanukku story, happy ending, yes or no? Yes, my story is also ended. My story is also ended. Rahul, what is the point of the story? All your answers have come in the story. All your answers have come in the story. Start from the top. Start from the top. VMN, NM come together, create an F1. Create an F1. Create an F1. AOP, BOI, created in same year, dissolved in. Next. Next. Huge losses in AOP. Does it matter? No. Next. He decides to leave India. Right now, not important. Right now, not important. For leaving India, he decides to business or profession discontinued in previous year. For him to shut down his business, he needs to sell, charge, transfer, or disposing of assets with an intention to evade taxes. He tried to call, he went to flight, could not get. Important? Not important. He called Indian ships, could not get. He called Doraemon. Doraemon came with a anywhere ship. Non-resident shipping company coming to India, leaving India. NM sat on the ship, left India. No intention of coming back. Individual arriving at individual leaving India, no intention of. Anju case. Acha. Yes, yes. Your choice. Your choice. You want to read theory, you want to read story. Answer is the same. Answer is the same. Rahul, does it come in exam? Yes, it comes in exam. Yes, it comes in exam. 4 mark. Story ஞாபகம் 4 mark வந்துரும். Story ஞாபகம் இல்லனா theory ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கணும். Your choice how you want to do it. How you want to do it. What is better? Make a note. Story book la illama நீங்க தான் எழுதணும். You see some empty space? Yes, you can put it here. Yes, sir. See, that's what I told. Basically, what is going to happen is, assuming that in assessment year he comes to you and comes and says pay tax. You say, I don't have money to pay tax because I have no assets. In that case, what they'll do is they will invoke section 281. And they'll come and say section 281 comes and says whatever sale you made itself is wrong. So they will come and say sale itself is not valid, which means assets are still in your name. Which means what will happen? Current year, in the assessment year, now will become previous year. In that previous year, asset is still in your name. What will you do? He will ask you to pay tax. And then he will tell balance is sold. For that also, he will collect separate tax. Everything. Why? 1 year, what will happen? I don't think so. You're talking about which animal livestock? You're talking about chickens and everything, is it? See, chicken and all will not be a livestock then. It's not an asset. It's an inventory for you. Think about it. Doesn't matter. I would still call it as inventory. See, to what practical sense I know, accounting standards do not permit you to capitalize a chicken or a hen. Okay, accounting standards would come and say chicken and hen can at any point of time be killed and eaten. So therefore, they are called as inventories. Okay, horses, yes. Horses, I can agree, they can become your assets. Horses, they can become your assets. If the horses die, that's a loss for everyone. In that case, you cannot do much. You cannot do much. See, at the end of the day, these are all scenarios where they're coming and saying you can collect taxes. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. Government is as good as a debtor for you. So government will write you off as bad debt and close it off. Simple. Okay, so let's not talk about exceptional scenarios. Yes, it can happen. In that case, government will write you off as bad debt and close it off. Simple. If nothing can be done, nothing can be done. Do you think everyone will really buy livestock and sell it? It's not practically possible also, no? Yes, you have to be, see, people don't make decisions in life based on taxes. Tax is a part of it, right? Just because you want to cheat government, you start making all weird nonsense, that's a different story altogether. I'll give you one example. One thing which happened, I didn't want to tell it right now, but I'm telling you it right now. This chapter called clubbing of income. In the clubbing of income chapter, it comes and says, if any money is earned by the wife, if any money is earned by the wife, it will be taxable in the hands of husband if wife is generally not earning. If wife is generally not earning. Why? Because what happened? Husband should have earned the money and paid taxes, but he purposely gave it to wife. He purposely gave it to wife. Generally, that is what income tax says. But income tax also comes and says this will not apply if you have a divorce happening. If you have a divorce happening. Now, one of the students in the past class came and asked me, Rahul, Appo, let me do one thing. I will divorce my wife and live in a live-in relationship. Just for me to save tax. See, think about it. Think about it. Imagine you going to your spouse and coming and saying, let's save taxes by getting a divorce. How beautiful the relationship will be. Yes or no? Yes. I know income tax give you some exceptions which you can use for saving taxes, but you do not make a life decisions based on that. Yes, those are all practically thought scenarios. So don't make a life decisions based on taxes. That is what my thought would be. Okay, that is what my simple request would be. Don't go to that stretch where you're coming and making life decisions based on tax provisions. Okay, you do a transaction and then look for taxes. What my suggestion would be. That is what my thought is. Beyond that, yes, you can have all hypothetical scenarios: kill someone, die someone, marry someone, divorce someone. Everything can happen in income tax. All perfectly possible. Yes, yes. Can we? Yes. Below accessible, you can come and say story in the next page. You can come and say story in the next page. You want me to tell you the story, or you can write it? You can write it. Write it. Use your own English. Complete the story. Take the next page. Write your stories. You can change names, people, whatever feels comfortable. You don't have to put VM and NM and all. That's a real life example, so it makes more sense. Yes, don't change the sequence of the story. Exam ku nyamagam irukadu. Sequence mattum correct ah vechukonga. Names and all you can change. You don't need to put Doraemon, you can put Barbie also, whatever makes sense. Recent a Barbie movie came, no? She took a ship and she came. And the movie pathingla? Pakla. Edo, I think 4-5 months back only Barbie movie came. In that movie, apparently she lives in a Barbie world and she wants to know the real world. So she takes a ship from the Barbie world and comes to real world now. அப்படின்னா ஏதோ ஒரு காமெடி ஆச்சு அந்த மூவில. when the movie was released, that time last batch I used Barbie because அவங்களுக்கு இன்னும் கனெக்ட் ஆச்சு. உங்களுக்கு இந்த மூவி கொஞ்சம் க்ளோஸ் ஆச்சு, அதனால உங்களுக்கு டோரேமானே போறோம். Complete it quickly. Hey, finish it, ma. Don't waste time. Quick. Yes, I'm giving a small recap of what story we told. It's NM and VM creating an F1 racing in the same year, and F1 racing incurring a loss, decided to shut down F1 and leave India. Before leaving India, decided to shut down KF. For shutting down KF, he decided to sell all the assets. Calls his friend Doraemon from foreign, comes to India with a ship, takes VM, goes outside India. VM has decided to leave India with no intention of coming back. Yes, my request to everyone who's taking out, avoid pencils. The reason is very simple. You know pencils get faded. Yes, 6 months down the line when you're writing your exams, you won't even know what is there in the book. If you have written it right now, no problem. Go home and change it. In my class, pencils are prohibited. Ippe solidran. When we start the next chapter, I know there are some people. Rahul pencil எழுதுறேன் so that நாளைக்கு கட் ஆகிறதுக்கு இஷ்யூ இருக்காது. நான் ரப் பண்ணிட்டு திருப்பி எழுதுறேன். If I see someone using pencils from the next chapter, I will tear the page off. No pencils are permitted in my class. The only thing which I asked you to bring is black pen and red pen. Black pen, red pen, highlighter வச்சு எழுத மாட்டீங்க. பென் வச்சு தான் எழுதுவீங்க. போறோம். No pencils are permitted in my class. Don't fear to make mistakes. It's good to make mistakes, then only you learn. Anything is fine. It's your story. Just don't quote the story in exam. As long as you choose to not quote the story in exam, I'm happy. Exam la poitu husband, wife, Doraemon எல்லாம் வந்துச்சுனா பிரச்சனை ஆயிடும். Yes, that's what I told. No, what we learn here will be simple. Exam Puerto Rico English da varno. In exam you have to write this only. Okay, for you to remember this is what the story is. That's all. Close it quickly. Done, everyone. Yes, ma. You want the SSC definition? Yeah. Don't worry. I got a request from Hari sir that online students have still not got their materials. By the end of this class, I will share you the chapter number 1 soft copy so that you can refer it from there. I've also requested Hari sir to start sending you the books. So maybe by another 2-3 days, you should get the books also. In the meanwhile, you can refer the chapter number 1 from the soft copy I sent you. Done, everyone? Yes. Anyone still pending? No? No? Can we proceed? Can we proceed? Yes. Sweet. If you actually notice, we have slowly started completing all chapters. Everything is over in the chapter except for one page number, which is page number 4. Page number 4 tavara ellame mudichitom. Patiya? Yes. Story ellame mudichitom. That is how classes will be. That is how classes will be. I am not the one who will take you through the sequence and all. ஒரு ஸ்டோரியா சொல்வேன், சாப்டர் முடிஞ்சிரும், தெரியவே தெரியாது. Okay, let's complete the balance part of the chapter, which is page number 4, which is coming from nothing but your pending part, which is total income, which is total income. Can we? Yes. Now I want everyone's attention here. This is important. In the chapter ida mukyam. This is very important. 2 requests from you. First, we are going to fight. You are not going to fight with me. You are going to fight with each other. You will place your submission before me. This is like a quote. You are in front of me. Yes. So one will be the assessee, one will be the respondent. If you have a thought, you will give me the thought. I will tell, dear Lord, please note. Dear Lord, please note. Yes, you will fight with each other. I want this to be an open debate. Okay. We will not use hands. That's all. Every fighting we'll do. I want everyone's independent opinion starting now. No one is going to discuss. What you think is what you will tell. Okay. If I see people discussing after I tell now, I will send you out. Straight a solran. Point is very simple. I know you're friends. I know you want to talk to each other. That's okay. That's all good news. Let's do it after the class. In your CA inter exams, I would have been extremely happy if you could have sit together and write your exams. Unfortunately, that is not possible. Yes, you are writing your own exams. It is good also sometimes. Yes, if you trust the other person too much, he will also fail. He'll take you also and go down. Yes, so you trust your guts is more important, right? So in today's lecture now, for the next half an hour, you are going to tell me what you think. Yes, it may be right, it may be wrong, it doesn't matter. It's your submission. No discussions going on. I don't want you to be influenced by someone else's decisions. Okay? Yes, at a certain point of time, if you feel that you are accepting defeat, you will let me know. I rest my case. I will move to another person and then they will play with me. Okay? Yes, it's important. I know it's all funny, it's all joke and everything, but you learn good lessons in this. Yes, so please play with me. We're looking at the definition of total income. Now, total income, I have to put it in simple English to you. Total income is total of all incomes. That is what I'll tell you. Total income is total of all incomes. What is total of all incomes? It is there in the next page. But before we go to this page, let's first figure out the base, which is the income. The first question I asked you in day 1, and we are now covering it in day number 4. We are now covering it in day number 4 about what do you mean by income. This is not a debate, a general open question to you. What do you think is an income? Simple English. Money that you receive. Everyone is right? Question to you. I have gone to a bank, taken a loan. Money has received. It is an income. Money earned. So now it is not money received, it is money earned. The one thing which you now realize is, not every receipt is an, correct? Correct? Yes. One good learning. Not everything which you receive is an income. Can I come and say, Rahul, not every receipt is an income? Can I come and say not every receipt is an income? But can I come and say every income is a receipt? Can you ever have an income without a receipt? Which means my first ground rule to you is not every receipt is an income, but every income is a receipt. Is it clear? Now come to the second part. Money earned. Now I'll give you scenarios. You tell me whether it's an income or not an income. Yes. I am into the business of smuggling. Yes, I'm into the business of smuggling. Current year, I made a profit of 10 crores. Income, not an income. Not an income. I want one person. Who's going to fight? He's going to fight. He's saying it is not an income. Income. Name? Priya. Named Arun. Priya and Arun are my associate respondent. Income. Why? So Priya comes and says, my lord, this is a receipt and therefore it is an income. Arun comes and says, my lord, what receipt and all, I don't care. This is illegal. This is not an income. Rahul taught in first class, I want income. I did not ask about legal income. If it is not legal, it is not taxable. You are defending. You're not defending. He told it is not, if legal in the other tax. Fight. You want to help her? Huh? Taskmark is selling alcohol. Okay, first of all, Taskmark is illegal or not illegal? Alcohol is legal. I will answer on his behalf. Alcohol is legal. There is nothing illegal about it. Unless and until you sell it in Gujarat. Chennai lead is perfectly legal. So there is nothing related to this case at least. Yes. I will ask judge to strike this point because it is on the you are trying to sway the intention of the court. Okay. This point deleted.
Question you asked is whether it's an income or not. It's not.
She is coming and saying the same thing. Rahul said, I want to know whether it is income. I did not ask whether it is legal or illegal. Defeated. So now we are at the point where you are coming and saying it is income. Anyone still not agreed? Anyone wants to take Arun's place? Or everyone is saying, Rahul, rest my case. Income now. Income. All aligned. Okay, great. Judge, we will close this matter. Scenario number 2. I am going on the road. I suddenly saw one 2000 rupees note. Assume it was legal that time. Old times. 2000 rupees note. I saw it like this. I went. Yes. The 2000 is in my pocket. Question. Income, not an income. Not an income. New place, new person, new face. Not an income. Yeah, nee solla. Bayandra. Where yaar? Yes. Not an income. Income. Anyone? Inge close pannalama. Shall we close it here? She won without even looking at. Income. Why? So he is saying, Rahul, income does not say that it has to be continuous. One-time activity is also income. You have not taken anything. You have not taken any efforts. You found it on the road. Therefore, you took it. Therefore, it is not an income. Rahul explained something no yesterday. When you are leaving, when your guests are coming to home and they leave and go, they come and say, here is 100 rupees as chocolate gift for you. So she is coming and saying gifts are not income. My lord, I have received an iPhone from my boyfriend yesterday. No income. I am not paying tax. No gifts are income. Yesterday Rahul said gift is income. Judge come and clarified saying gift is income. Yes sir. Did judge come and clarify gift is income? Na solla, by the way. Na solla. I didn't tell, by the way. I only told you there was something called as gift tax, which was deleted and then brought to income tax. I did not tell you gift is taxable. She want me to strike that point? She wants you to strike the point because it is not, it is misleading the court. Not an income. Huh? He rested the case. Not an income. Everyone agree? Yes. Shall we go with the fact that if you receive a 500 rupees on the road, it's not an income. It's not an income. Yes. I feel sad for him. Let me defend. I feel sad with him. Let me defend. My question is very simple. Yesterday's example. We found a lottery ticket. We found a lottery ticket. We took the lottery ticket, put it in our pocket, and then we went and we got 50 crores out of it. Income, not an income. What is the difference here? Matati. He already lost the case. Now you want to change your facts. My question to you is like this now. Rule number 2. Do you decide something is an income based on whether you will pay tax on it, or is income first the criteria for you to decide whether something is taxable? Never make your choices based on whether it is taxable or not. Keep that thought in mind. Keep that thought in mind. It is like I told you yesterday. First you are a person, then you have income, and then you have tax. It is not the other way around. It is not the other way around. Don't make your decisions on whether something is taxable and then make your decision on whether it's an income. Yes, it is not that illegal income is not taxable, therefore it is not an income. I am coming back to the same point. My wordings are very clear. My wordings are whether it is an, my wordings are not whether it is an legal income. My wordings are not whether it is an legal income. I am still not telling that you are wrong. Just telling you. Just telling you. What do you want? You want to change your position? You want to take his position now because he is defeated. You want to say it's income now. Okay, so we are changing stance now. Scenario number 1, we came and said we are doing smuggling, income. Scenario number 2, we came and said it is getting money on the road, income. Getting money on the road, income. Yes, yes, yes. Scenario number 3. Scenario number 3. The scenario which we are talking about. You have gone and had an ex-marital affair. If you understand what it is, great. If you don't understand, forget it off. Affair mukyam avladhaan. Yes, you have an ex-marital affair. The other person will always take care of you. Yes or no? Yes, will always take care of you. So, in the verge of taking care of you, every day you are getting free flowers, free mobiles, free Vodafone recharge, Jio recharge, ellame you are doing with him only. Yes, all recharges are happening. Everything he is taking care for you. He gifted you a free house also. He gifted you a free house also. Question to you. You have now got a free house from a ex-marital affair. Ex-marital affair. Income, not an income. Income, not an income. Quickly, 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 quickly. You don't want to fight. Shall we make a unanimous choice? Yes, Rahul will pass a special resolution. Come and say all in favor. Raise of hands. Income? Income. Not an income. Yaru. Enachu? It's a gift. Gift ku no income.
It may be in any kind.
She is saying income does not have to be in cash. It can be in kind also. You're just repeating the same thing again. She is telling income can be in kind also. How do you defend that is my question. Do you feel income only means cash? She has earned a house. She is now the owner of the house. Shall we accept defeat? Third logic, income does not have to be cash, can also be kind, can also be kind. Clear, not clear? Yes, there is no criteria anywhere to say that income should be in cash. If you give me that luxury and you come and tell me, Rahul, going forward income will only be cash, what will I start doing? I will go back to barter system. I will go back to barter system. The business itself will now do barters. Everyone will come and do, let's do exchange. Let's do exchange. What am I getting now? Am I getting cash? No. What will I do? I will say everything is not taxable. I'll say everything is not taxable. Government will earn nothing out of me now. Do I want to give that luxury to them? No. Now comes the fourth thing. Rahul, is gift taxable? Is gift taxable? Answer is yes. Answer is yes. Gifts are taxable, but there are some exceptions. There are some exceptions. What exceptions we will learn in a separate chapter. As of now, is it an income? Yes. Is it taxable? Not the discussion. Not the discussion, which is why I'm again coming and telling you the intention for you is to find out whether it's an income, not whether it is. Keep that thought in mind. Keep that thought in mind. Polama. 4. I wanted to buy an iPhone. Anna, konjo poor. Therefore, I decided to steal. Okay. I was looking for something else, but no worries. I decided to sell my kidney. Two kidneys are there, one can work, other one not required. So I sold my kidney. Got 1,50,000 for it. Went and bought an iPhone 15 Pro Max, 512 GB. 512 GB or 1 TB, whatever it is. Yes. Now there are two transactions here. Transaction number 1 is I sold my kidney, got money. Transaction number 2 is I purchased iPhone. Let's start with transaction number 2. Income, not an income. Income, not an income. That's my simple question. It's not an income. You have now bought an asset. Now you will come and say me, Rahul, I've received an asset. No, that is an income. That is why I told you not every receipt is an income. You may have received an asset, but it is not an income because you paid for it. What you have in your hand is an asset, not an income. Correct. Coming to transaction number 1. I have a kidney, sold kidney, got money. Income, not an income. Why? Am I going to do it daily? The rule number 5. At no point of time has income tax come and told that income should be regular. Income can also be one time. Just because it is one time does not mean it will not be taxable. It can be taxable. That's a discussion for a later day. Right now, is it an income? Answer is yes. Clear. Last scenario. Now, I am coming and saying that, Rahul, I have gone and bought a lottery ticket. Lottery ticket price is 50,000 rupees. I took the lottery ticket, my lottery won. I went and I took the lottery money. Lottery money is 1 lakh rupees. I got lottery money of 1 lakh rupees. My lottery expenses 50,000 rupees. My income is why? Okay. She's saying my income is 1 lakh. So I have to pay tax on full 1 lakh. I will pay tax on. Appo, what is income?
1 lakh is income, 50,000 expense. You show that income and expense and
income minus expense is what?
Sir, you asked
That is not income minus expense, that is revenue minus expense. Now ask yourself a question. Rahul, the 1 lakh rupees which you have in your hand is an income or an revenue? 50,000 is an expense. Net to 50 is your income. Agreed. Rahul, what is the definition of income? Income is revenue minus. This is what you learned in accounts. This is what you learnt in accounts. In income tax, it will change a little bit. In income tax, income is revenue minus allowable expense. Revenue minus allowable expense. Yes, meaning what I'm trying to tell you is, in the case of winnings, yes, what you said is right. 50,000 or a ticket, you should get an expense. But income tax comes and says, when you have an winnings, you cannot claim any expense. Which means here you made an expense of 50, but still you will get no expense. In which case your income will become 1 lakh. Income will become 1 lakh. Not because your income is 1 lakh, it is because revenue is 1 lakh and expense is 0. Expense is 0. Rule number 6. Income means revenue minus allowable expense. Clear? Not clear? Hello? Yes. Scenario number 7. Rahul is running a business. 1 lakh is my profit. Income, not an income. Straightforward case. Rahul is running a business, 1 lakh profit. Income, not an income. Income. Rahul is running a business, current year 3 lakh loss. Income, not an income. Current year Rahul incurred loss 3 lakh. Income, not an income. Not an income. Everyone? Yes. Next year Rahul earned 5 lakh income. Current year Rahul incurred 3 lakh loss. Next year Rahul earned 5 lakh profit. Next year, is it income? You will pay tax on. You're only doing one thing. You have a business. In that business, in previous year 22-23, your previous year or previous year? Previous year. In your previous year, you earned a loss of, you incurred a loss of 3 lakhs. Income, not an income. In the current year, previous year 23-24, you earned a profit of 5 lakhs. Income, not an income. You will pay tax on. Why? I'm not asking which year. I'm asking, you will pay tax on what? Why da nothing? Na year mukkiyam illada. Pay panna poriya kekran. You will pay tax on 5 lakhs. Sure. So which means if you incur losses in business, permanently gone. Correct? No. So which means government will come and say, if you earn profit, I am a partner in your profit. But if you incur losses, it is your headache. Correct? Not correct? Correct? Not correct? Will you like to do business in India now? What is lack of administration? You have nothing, no? On whatever revenue. On your income. What is my income? I told you it is revenue minus allowable expense. I had a revenue of number. I had an allowable expense. Number came as -3. Possible? Not possible? Now my question is very simple. Next year, if you have to pay tax, you will pay tax on 5 lakhs, 2 lakhs, -3 lakhs, none of the above. 5 lakhs. You'll pay tax on? Sure. So which means in India, if you going forward do a loss in 1 year, it's your loss. Nothing will be done about it. You will not get anything out of it. But if you make a profit, you have to pay tax to government. Correct? Why? So he's saying you did not do business properly. Government is not bothered. Okay. கீழே போயிடுவேன் நான் சொல்ல சீக்கிரம். Who was saying 3? Government will give compensation. So if you incur losses, you will go to government and come and say, Kasu Kudu. So if you are incurring 3 lakhs losses, you will go to government and come and say, sir, in the version of loss, you are also a partner in my loss, give me money right now.
You have zero income, you cannot pay tax.
Hmm.
Then when we earn, we pay tax. Like that only.
What is your point now?
So 3 lakh, I'm taking loss, so I won't pay any tax.
Okay.
5 lakh when I earn, I will pay tax.
சரி பட் 3 lakhsக்கு உனக்கு லாஸ் ஆச்சுல இப்போ கையில இருந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ரா எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் போட்டிருக்கியா அதுக்கு காசே வரலையா கையில earn பண்ணும்போது government problem இல்லையா when you earned also you put your efforts no what did government do see my question is now it's a very thoughtful question question is does income includes negative income that's my question does income include negative income if you think listen if you think negative 3 lakhs is nothing but what negative income you can either call it as loss or you can call it as negative income yes or no yes my question is very simple when you incurred losses you are coming and saying government will not share it which means you will bear everything but when you earn profit alone government will come and say give me my share will you like to do business in this country no why you will come and say when I incurred that time also you were my partner when I earn also you are my partner so if we are dying we'll die together if we are earning we'll earn together yes or no now the question then comes is Rahul if you are having a 3 lakhs of loss will you pay tax no obviously you will not pay tax but you will expect that government will give something to you now in all practical sense can you go to government and come and say sir I incurred loss give me money no what will you do you will come and say sir I have a negative income today I may have a positive income in the future technically I was supposed to pay you tax on 5 but since you did not give me back my money on 3 I will now set it off and pay you tax only on makes sense now will you like to do business in India yes indirectly what you did indirectly you went to government and got back the money how
5 lakh and 3 lakh
5 lakh is not your tax 5 lakh is your income 3 lakh is also your income net பண்ணிட்டு tax அதுக்கு தான pay பண்ண போற let's put numbers let's so you understand let's assume that the tax rate is 10% if you incur a loss of 3 lakhs government should give you back you should get back 30,000 if you earn a profit of 5 lakhs government you should pay which means net to net you should pay now this is option number 1 where you go to government and get 30,000 and you pay 50,000 or option number 2 you can go and tell government my net income is 2 lakhs therefore I will pay you tax on number is did the number change have you done the same thing that's a discussion to happen in another chapter called a set off and carry forward of losses income tax comes and says I will permit you to have this loss till 8 years if you can set it off within 8 years good for you if you cannot set it off after 8 years then I am not responsible then it is your loss if I have to do a market survey government of India normally feels that 8 years is the time when normally an asset depreciates fully same thing like losses apparently they come and feel that if you try to do depreciation on a normally WDV method also 15% 25% ella veche pathina 8 years kulla almost asset will become zero okay so 8 years is one of the very fancy year which income tax has income tax almost for everything uses 8 years almost there are some changes and all but almost for everything they uses 8 years they come and say Rahul in 8 years business can change so they come and said 8 years I'm giving you a chance in 8 years if you can do it off great if not then nothing else apart from that there is no logic there is some person who decided 8 years and therefore it is 8 years that's all okay a lot of things here will not have logic I told you that in the first class income tax is not supposed to be logical it is supposed to happen that's all yes when we go to the next chapter you will again every time come and ask me Rahul why is it 5% why is it 20% it is there because it is there that's all there is no reasoning behind it he felt 30% is the right tax rate to collect so he is collecting 30% adukku na enna reasons kodukka mudiyum yes or no yes that is how the sensible things My point is, my rule number 6 is that just because you have losses does not mean it is your loss. Government will also share it. Not by giving you money today, but by giving you the permission to use it in the future. Which means when I use the word income, I also mean negative income, which means I also mean losses. Background clear? No doubts. Yes, this is the whole understanding of income. Any doubts? No. Now I'll give you some scenarios to tell me whether it is income or not an income. Yes, stealing. I went and stole from someone. Income. I went and kidnapped someone. Obviously got ransom. What will you do with that person? You kidnapped a person and got ransom in exchange. Income. You went and sold human parts illegally. You did a GPay and you got a GPay cashback. You did a GPay transaction and you got a GPay cashback. Income, everyone? Yes. Think about it. It is net expense. It is not income. It is net expense. You or expense pay panna adukku unakku kaasu thiruppi vanduchu. Technically that is net expense. Yes, it is an income. I'm not denying it, but it is technically a net expense. Your expense will come down. Your expense. Then it is revenue. Then it is income. Okay, it has happened. I mean, very rarely it has happened. I know one of the cases where my dad was first time he opened GPay in life. Okay, we had enabled a GPay for him. 14th May was his birthday, and first day we opened a GPay to him, and we came and said, let's do transaction. That time only GPay had become famous. They had come and said, if you give money to this person, to this person, this person, to this person, you get a scratch card. And they were like, one person you can do one transaction one day. So we had 5 family members and 5 phones. So every person was doing what? Ingelende inge, or cashback vardu. Now you can do 4 combinations. I can pay to him. So I will get 4 coupons. And the mari case is. Yes. Now what happened is all of us tried. None of them got anything. My dad, we went and we said, Dad, first time we are opening, I need 5 people, combination nalla irukku solittu, give me your phone, let's enable GPay. We enabled GPay for him. Yes, transaction we did is 1 rupee. GPay la dhaan porom. You put 1 rupee also, you'll get a coupon back. So everyone was transferring 1 rupee everywhere. 1 rupee everywhere. My dad got a coupon. I thought everyone will get something. We all 4 tried, we all 4 scratched, better luck next time. My dad scratched the coupon, got 798 rupees. I went to my dad, I was like, see, I did not give you birthday gift. No, Google gave it to you. Yes, we went with that 780 rupees and we bought a cake and we cut the cake. Obviously. Hey, if I don't cut the cake, what will happen? That will become that will get income, no? That will become taxable, no? So I went and I bought a cake and I came and said, no, see, expense is also there, income is also there, no tax for me. Ado save pannola, that is also important. Think about it. Illa naalukku yaar vandute 800 rupees ku tax pay panna solitana asingma irukum. So we said, no, we bought a cake for it, therefore it is not taxable. Yes. Anyway, point is, understand, both are covered. Okay? Yes. So what is the background we did till now? The background we did till now is, Rahul, income is revenue minus allowable expense. Revenue can be, income can be revenue and capital. It can be recurring or one time. It can be legal or illegal. It can be in cash or in kind. Can be cash or in kind. Yes or no? Yes. Losses are also covered in income. Clear? Not clear? Clear? Yes. But please to understand, not every loss is covered. For example, like I told the winnings case. Imagine a scenario where you have paid 50,000 for the ticket and got nothing in lottery. Your revenue is 0. Your expenses, that is the problem. Your expense is also 0. Because I just told you expenses for lottery is not allowable. So expense also becomes 0. So net income is also 0. Although you did incur 50,000 from your pocket, income tax will come and say expenses 0. Therefore, income also becomes 0. In this scenario, can you have a loss? In this scenario, can you have a loss? No. Because expense itself is not allowed. Expense இல்லனா எப்படி உனக்கு loss வரும்? Revenue ல loss வர முடியுமா? Expense ல loss வரும். Yes or no? Yes or no? What I'm trying to tell you is when it comes to income ICA exams, you will see stupid things like this. ICA exam will come and say loss from winnings. And they'll ask you, what do you want to do with it? What do you want to do with it? What will you do? You will ignore it. You will ignore it. You will go and inform ICA that there cannot be a loss from winnings because expense itself is not allowable. When there is no expense, there cannot be a loss. Which means you will take the transaction, you will put it in the dustbin, and you will come and say, let's move forward. Let's move.
We pay 100 rupees to get one lot. But then the price, you get one of the mini price, you get 20 rupees. So it's technically a loss from winnings, but then since expenses are not low, it won't be considered as.
Yes. If you take a 100 rupees ticket and you get a mini lottery of 20 rupees, 20 rupees becomes taxable, 100 rupees will be ignored. Yes, that is a problem with winnings in India. In India, they don't care about what expenses you make. They only care about what money you get. So you end up paying tax on everything. Nothing is given back to you. All these shows and all which you see, KBC, DID, Indian Idol shows and everything, whatever money you get, TDS gets deducted 30% directly. Nothing as an expense can be allowed against it because these are all your winnings. Nothing of the expenses get allowed against it. What you get fully becomes taxable. You don't get anything in return. Okay. Yes. Understanding of income clear. Yes. Rahul, I put money in FD. 1,000 rupees. FD gave me back 1,100 rupees. My income is. I put money in FD 1,000 rupees. FD gave me back 1,100 rupees. My income is 100. Please understand. You put money in FD. What you got back is your own money. That cannot be called as income. This is a receipt. What you got back is a receipt. Not all receipts are, but all incomes are. Clear. Rahul, I have earned income from two places. One from my business, one from my personal. Which one is taxable? You understand my question? My question is, I have a building. One is an office building, one is my residential building. I've sold both. Profit from each is 1 crores. Income is both. Rahul, personal income is also taxable. Yes or no? Income tax does not categorize you into personal or business. What you have, everything is taxed. Whether it is personal or in business. Background clear? No doubts? Yes. Any other examples you want to discuss? Any incomes you think of that you are doubtful whether it's income or not? No? All clear? Yes. The final question. You got an iPhone from your boyfriend. Income? You got chocolates, flowers, teddy, hug, kiss, everything on Valentine's Day. Huh? Which is what my next question is. Rahul, can you value and quantify hug and kiss? Apo, is it an income? No. Understand, for something to be an income, there should be a monetary value. Value irukadala, monetary illa. அதுக்கே வேல்யூ இல்லை சொல்லிட்டீங்கன்னா ஆளுக்கு கஷ்டமா போயிடும். Yes, it has the value. It does not have a monetary value. Therefore, those are not covered. But coming to the teddy, coming to the chocolates, coming to the flowers, is it an income? Is it taxable income? No. We will discuss later. Don't worry, you're not paying anything. Okay, you're not paying any tax on those things. I will tell you why and what later on. Okay, right now if you've got something, also keep it with yourself. Don't worry, no one is coming asking. No, you don't pay anything for iPhone also. You don't pay anything for the iPhone also. Mobile phones are also not taxable. Yes, that's what I'm telling. No, gifts are income. Which of the gifts are taxable is a different discussion. This is a different discussion that we will do in a subsequent chapter. Right now, not important. Taxable. I don't want to give you the background. Land itself will become taxable. Forget the profits from the land. Land itself is taxable. I will take the market value of the land and tax it for you. See, understand. Understand. Let's take the gifts 1 minute. Okay. Imagine a scenario where I have a land. My land is worth 1 crore. Yes. Now, land is worth 1 crore. But I would have given this land for rent. I would have got only 10,000. Yes. Now, if I'm giving this land to you as gift, for you, what is taxable? 1 crore is taxable. Subsequently, if you get 10,000 of gift, 10,000 of rent and all, that is also taxable. So understand, the primary land is also taxable. The subsequent income is also taxable. The subsequent income is a normal income. The giving of land is a gift. That becomes taxable. Again, Rahul, why land, why not these and all? Subsequent discussions we will do in a separate chapter. Right now, let's not confuse. That chapter will come almost about a month later. So you have a good amount of time until that happens. Let's not worry about it right now. My point is, gift is income. May or may not be taxable. Background clear? Yes. Now you know what is income. Income. Yes. Further discussions on this, what is taxable, what is not taxable, is what we will be doing in the subject. Right now, you fairly understand whether something is income or not. Yes. I'm telling you this right now itself because ICA loves to play with this. Yes. One day they'll suddenly come and say you have paid 10,000 rupees to government as tax. You have received 8,000 back with interest of 200 rupees. Your income is. You got my question? You paid 10,000 rupees to as tax to government. Government gave you back 8,000 rupees with 200 as interest. Amount taxable is 200. Why, Rahul? Hey, 8,000 you gave and got it back. Which means 2,000 he kept as tax. That was anyway tax. 8,000 what you gave is what you got back. It's a receipt. Same like FD. If you had put in FD also, same thing would have happened. Just that now government is your FD. Yes or no? Which means the only thing which is taxable is the interest on the FD, which is your interest on income tax refund, which is 200 rupees. Yes or no? Ippe solidrama. I'm telling it to you right now. 2 more chapters we'll be doing right now. After that 2 more chapters gets over, you'll have your surprise test. One of the questions in that surprise test is this one. Ippe solidram. One of the questions in that surprise test is this one, and it is not linked to your chapters, but it is logical. Let's see how many of you can remember and answer it. Okay. Word of caution, my tests are never easy. Never. I always give a person a challenge. If I set a 30 marks paper, get 30% of it and show me. If I set a 30 marks paper, give 30%. 40 kuda illa, 30 vaangu peri vishayam. Unakku pass aagradhu 40 venumla, nee 30 vaangi kaami. Adave porum enakku. Yes, my papers are prepared in that level. I will give you everything which is wrong about it. What you did not understand, I know. Ippo ellarum, everyone is nodding heads. But I know on the back of it what you don't know. Yes, you will know that in the test. And the test padika appo you'll know what and all I read, what and all I did not read. My challenge is always the same thing. Anyone who can get more than 30% is right now itself a rank holder. Straight now solidra. Prepare, people. Prepare. I am telling this once again, do not mug up the subject. Onnume varadu. If you only rely on what I am teaching from the book does not have everything. Some things are used from head also. Yes, income tax refund alla na book la podu madadhu, thalai use panni dhaan podnom. Yes, those things will not be there in the book. Those things will be on your head. And the mari cases alla exam la dhaan varum. And the mari cases dhaan innoda test la varum. Adu neenga eppadi pass pandringa adha mukkiyam. Okay? And by the way, since I am promising 30%, I need to give you no time to prepare, which means it is a surprise test. எனக்கு ஒரு நாள் மூட் ஆச்சுன்னு வச்சுக்கோ, பேப்பர் அனுப்பிச்சிருவேன். Hari sir will be given a notification saying, Hari sir, they have a class till 1 o'clock now. Send the paper to them, ask them to stay back after 1 o'clock, write the test and give you a paper right away. It will happen. You are in inter, people. You are in inter. Now there is no more luxury for you. Yes, one random day, Hari sir will be informed and you will be writing a paper between 2 to 3, 2 to 4, whatever it is. The day when I feel like it is happening. Okay, not when you feel like it's happening. When I feel like it's happening. The correct day when I have taught you a bigger concept. And I know everyone forgot everything. Correct on the day exam. I have to prove my challenge. No, naalukku na treat tarona asingma irukum. Yes, so prepare yourself from day one, people. Illana papers will go to parents. And don't worry. The fail mark will go to the parent with the promise to the parent saying this fail mark will become a rank mark in the future. That you have to take care. I will not. Okay, that's a promise. See, that's what I'm telling. No, in my class, one rule is very simple. Failure is not wrong. It's good to fail. Only in class, not in. For you to pass an exam, wherever you can fail, go ahead and try it off. Be bold enough to face challenges. Okay, never come and take that impression that Rahul, income tax is going to become easy. It's not supposed to be. I will make it easy for you, but you should not feel it is easy. Okay, if you feel it is easy, you will become lethargic. And I told you in the orientation class itself, don't enter this course thinking the course is. You came to this course only because it is tough. Come with that mindset. I will show you what tough means. This is nothing. I'll show you what tough means. Unukku exam la theriyum. Yes, I am right now preparing a paper for May 24. 50 marks in syllabus irukku. They are going to write a test next week or something. They don't know about it, by the way. Yes. Full 50 marks. My paper is 50 marks. No, I have taken questions from the last 70 years papers. Last 70 years paper, the toughest of the questions ever asked in exam. Adla vera na nondi vechiruken. Everything which I found, this adjustment is easy, ado change panitan. Okay, the paper is designed in such a way that in that 50 marks they can only answer 3 marks. And this I am giving them right now, when 2 months before exam. Imagine the level of confidence they'll have for exams now. Point is very simple. If you can answer this paper, then you are ready for anything in the world. Yes, I can give you all easy papers and come and make you all proud saying yes, I will do everything. Ana exam la oru vaati custom paper vanduchina vechuko. Enna pannuvinga? Rahul only taught me wrong things, na correct ah varala. So Rahul will touch the top. Then you come and say, Rahul, unnoda paper vide idu parvala. Yes or no? Yes. Prepare from day one, people. I'm telling it right now. I know none of you will do it. That is why the test. Yes, that one day that regret you will feel, no. That happiness which I will have will be very different. Yes, but then I know everyone. 2 days you will feel bad. 3rd day you will come back with the same face. Yes, 3rd day, second test will come. I will not leave you. I will screw life very badly. As long as you be lethargic to me, I will screw everything wrong. Yes, you come with that seriousness in front of me. You come and say, Rahul, yes, I'm passionate to clear. I will let you go. I see people getting swayed away. I see this crowd size falling. Andanal kandipa test varum. Then I see a day, that I've seen this in the past. Generally, when I take a batch, when I start the batch, people at 35, 37 will remain 35, 37. And the 50 abde poite irukum. Yes, correct. One few weeks, I will decide that yes, I think I should stop and some other faculty should come. By the time I come back, that 37 will become 5, 4. Paadi per abdi uttu poiduvanga. That is the day when I'll put the test. And that is the day everyone will get a notification. Iniki test irukku, veetla ukkande eldi enak paper kudu. This paper is going to your parents. Illana naalukku indha class vara mudiyadhu unnala. Na ella recording stop pannidven. That is the day when fun will happen. Yes, be serious from day one. I am here to ensure you are passing, and for that, what measures I can take, I will take. If I have to stop your classes also, I will stop your classes. If you are anyway not serious, there is no point of the class. Yes or no? Yes, don't have this mindset, Rahul, iniki na class pannalana 2 naal kadichittu video paathiruven. Recording will not be given to you. As the class gets over, complete it, because the day I complete this chapters, I know when the test will come. Andanal nee and chapter mattum padikkalana vechuko, test e pode mudiyadu. Yes, so be on par with the topics. For those who are missing out classes and everything, videos are there on YouTube already. What you are missing out, note it down. For the ones, by the way, today is the last demo. Okay, inimala YouTube la video kadikadu. Idikku mele you will get everything on an app. The access will be given to you maybe by next week or something. The videos are already started to upload on the app. So you will find all the videos on the app. Keep yourself convinced and engaged. If you are not completing a topic here because you're going for college, you're leaving halfway through, you did not come for the class, marriage, affair, something is going wrong, doesn't matter. Complete the topic then and there. I will promise you that my lectures will be uploaded on the same day. Max to max, by that 10 o'clock in the night, you will get the lecture. If that has not happened, Rahul is somewhere lost. ஓகே, நான் எங்கேயோ போயிட்டேன், எங்கேயோ சுற்றின்னு இருக்கேன், நானும் ஏதோ வெளியில் போயிருக்கேன், அந்த மாதிரி கேஸ் தான் இருக்கும். இல்லைனா அதர்வைஸ் 10 o'clock நைட்டு யூ வில் ஹேவ் த ரெக்கார்டிங் ஆஃப் த சேம் டே ஆன் த சேம் டே. எஸ், completed then and there. Completed then and there. If you do not do it, you will miss out. And I told you in that first class itself, in income tax, one class you miss. Last class வரைக்கும் புரியவே புரியாது, ஏன்னா அது லிங்க் ஆகிட்டே இருக்கும். Today I have taught you about income tax refund. Last class also I will teach you the same thing. That day if you don't answer, no, that day you will realize, Rahul, day 1 போச்சிருக்கலாம், நல்லா இருக்கும். Yes or no? Yes or no? I'm making a little bit of fear inside you because it is important. But at the same time, I'm promising you subject is class kulla. அது மட்டும் போறோம் எனக்கு. Yes. Let's go for a breakfast break. We will come back and we will do the balance chapter number 2. Yes, now we are starting with sums. Now at least things will become a little more interesting for Rahul. Not for you. Let's take a break. We will come back at 10:20. Let's come back at 10:30. All right. Let's come back and complete this. We were discussing about what is called as income. Let's complete the income part. We have already done the discussion, right? Let's read what is given. We are looking at the definition of income under section 2, clause 24. We're looking at the definition of section 2, clause 24. Now, just to give you a background, section 2, clause 24 has almost about 34-35 line items. Okay, income tax basically comes and says what is income. Income includes 35-36 line items. Now if I have to give you all the 35-36 line items, you will also leave the class, I will also leave the class. Yes, best way to do the income definition is very simple. If you see the income in the subsequent chapters, it is an income. If you don't see it, it is, that's all. Yes, let's go with that. Because what they have done is basically, obviously, if they're going to tax it in some other chapter, they need to first tell that it is income, then only they can tax it. So what they did is, if they put it in the subsequent chapter, they came and defined it in income also. What I have done, I have just removed it from the income definition, because I am going to clarify to you that if you find it in the subsequent chapter, it is an income. If not, it is simple. Yes. So what is income definition under 224? 224 income definition is all the incomes which you discuss in the subsequent chapters. Full stop, close. That's all. Yes. The features is more important. Let's discuss the features. Income is taxable irrespective of whether it is regular or once in lifetime. Once also it comes, it is taxable. Regular indalo taxable. Income generally. One second, ma'am. You want me to reshare what? This is done through OBS. I can't really stop sharing things and all. Give me 1 second. Maybe network is in concern. I didn't do anything. Anyway, maybe there's some Wi-Fi connection issue, nothing else. Okay. Yes, let's the features of income. Notice it says income is taxable irrespective of whether it is received regularly or once in lifetime. It doesn't matter. Income tax Puerto Rico, it is taxable as long as it is given. Next, income generally refers to net receipts, which is gross income minus allowable deduction. So it is always gross receipts minus allowable deductions. If it is allowable, then it's allowable. If it's not allowable, then it is not allowable. Simple as that. Yes, it is not going forward revenue minus expense. It is revenue minus. Keep that in mind. Like for example, the whole of gross receipts will be taxable without allowing any deductions or expenses when it comes to winnings. Winnings Puerto Rico, everything will be taxable on a revenue level itself. You will not claim any expense. Next, income can be in form of cash or in kind. Doesn't matter. Income from illegal sources also taxable. Apo, you will come and ask me, Rahul, income from illegal is also taxable, legal is also taxable, then what is the difference? Someone would like to call everything as illegal, no? Yes? No. Understand, in income tax they have come and said, Rahul, both are taxable. Legal will pay legal tax. Illegal will pay higher tax. Illegal tax, it seems. illegal will pay higher tax. To put it simply to you, for example, if there is a legal income which you legally declare, you will pay tax of maybe 30% or 40%. If you have an illegal income which is subsequently found out, and then it is taxed, you will pay 78% on it. You will pay 78%, you will pay tax. 78% you will pay tax. And if you think, Rahul, 78% is enough, no. Apart from that, you will have to pay 10% penalty also. You will have to pay 10% penalty also. 78 plus 7.8% is how much? 85.8%. So 100 rupees you earn an illegal source, 85.8 government will take. Rahul, okay, then balance will be minor. No, you will also be put in jail. Illegal, no? So therefore you will also be put in jail. You will be like, okay, Rahul, jail, poroma. Understand, this is only in income tax. At the end of the day, what are you doing? Illegal business. Is income tax the only problem? No, you have other acts. Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Yes, Drug and Narcotics Act and all those things. There also they will catch you. There also they'll come and say, see, I don't care what income tax is doing. I want my penalty also. So PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering, will collect their income tax. Black Money Act will collect their income tax. Drug and Narcotics Act will collect their tax. Obviously, they'll not collect taxes, they'll collect their penalties. You may come to a scenario where 100 rupees is what you're earning, 3,000 rupees is what you'll pay. Point is, it is taxable only if found out. As long as it is not found out, it is not taxable. Yes, that is what I told. No, everything is legal as long as it is not found out. Yes. So there is no problem in doing illegal business as long as you are smart enough to not show it out. Calm sting na gali. Yes, calm egariko, nothing is a problem. Yes. Now, as we are in this, let me also clarify. You would have heard this very famous thing in the market called as black money. What the hell is this black money? What is black money? Unaccounted, which is what we are discussing right now. Understand, black money is nothing but money on which you have not paid tax. If you take money and you don't pay tax on it, that is called as unexplained income. On the unexplained income, I will collect 78. Pudcha 78% tax plus 10% penalty in my act, then some other act will take care of you. That is called as black money. Now, Rahul, black money, it will always be black money. No. Like I said, if you get caught and you pay the 85.8%, Kaila evlo balance irukku? Income tax class la calculator ellame ukandirukkinga. It is 14.2, which means the balance 14.2 will now become white money. Because they are coming and saying, yes, it was black when you did not pay tax. Now that you have paid tax, it becomes white. So it will become white money when you pay 14.2 on it. When you have 14.2 balance, 85.8, you give it to government. My point is very simple. Black money does not always remain black. If you choose to pay tax on it, it becomes white. The only problem is what is left only will become white. Everything else will go to government. Clear? Why is it 85.8? What is the 78% logic? Next chapter. Ellathukkume logic irukku, naalik paapom. Adutha chapter la paapom. Yes, all clear. Yes. Now, the one thing which I am trying to clarify to you from the very start is section 224. I told you there are some 30-35 line items, and that is all that is covered in income tax. Which means, Rahul, there could be cases where there is an income but it is not taxable. Yes. Where it will be told? It will be told in this section. Rahul, should we read all the 35 line items? Not required. Like I said, if we found it in the subsequent chapters, then it is taxable. If not, it is not taxable. But a general rule is income tax normally comes and says, Rahul, if it's a revenue receipt, it is generally taxable or generally not taxable? If it's a revenue receipt, it is generally taxable. You are earning regularly, which means it is generally taxable. What is not taxable, Rahul? What is not taxable? Capital parts. In simple words, if I have to clarify to you, when it comes to income tax says, Rahul, generally all revenue receipts are taxable. All capital receipts will be taxable only if it is given in 224. Meaning, what you will do, if you are earning money regularly, you don't have to ask anyone, it is taxable. If you are earning money once in a while, like capital receipts, then what you need to do? You need to go and check 224. You need to go and check 224, 2 clause 24. If it is there in the income definition, then it is taxable. If it is not there in the income definition, it is Purida. Yes, yes. Keep that basic understanding. Keep that basic understanding. Income tax does not come and tell everything is taxable. Please understand that facts. I'll give you simple examples. You are sitting at home. You are sitting at home. வீட்ல ஒரு fridge இருக்கு. வீட்ல ஒரு fridge இருக்கு. You have taken the fridge and fridge has become old, so you decided to sell. You will get money. Income or not income? Income. Should be taxed, not be taxed? Generally not taxable. Generally not taxable because they'll come and say this is your personal receipt. This is your personal receipt. Unoda personal asset, you have given it off and you have got money in exchange. This is called as your personal receipt. They came and said not taxable because it is capital in nature. Because it is capital in nature. Same. Assuming you had a fridge in office. You had a fridge in office and you decided to sell that fridge and you got money in exchange. You got money in exchange. Is that taxable now? Yes, because it is business receipt. Because it is a business receipt. Point is both are capital only. But income tax comes and says personal capital assets are not taxable. Business capital assets are taxable. அப்படினா definitionல இருக்கு. அதனால it is not taxable. அதனால it is not taxable. Clear? இதே logic தான். When I told you iPhones and all which you get. Revenue or capital? Revenue capital. You'll daily get gifts, sir. You'll get it once in a while, which means it is capital receipt. For that, income tax has not clarified anything. So they have not put it in 224 definition. That is why when you get iPhone as a gift, it is Purida. Ide example, when I told land when you got as gift, I told it is because it is given in 224. Yes, which means you need to have the understanding that if it is a revenue receipt, it is always taxable. If it is a capital receipt, you need to check for 224. Clear. Now that I've come to this conclusion, then you now need to understand what is a revenue receipt and what is a capital receipt. Help me out. What is a revenue receipt? What is capital receipt? Business mandatory. Revenue receipts are generating income. Capital receipt is not generating income. What is the difference then? Hey, one thing I itself told you, revenue is recurring, capital is once in a while, non-recurring it seems. Capital is non-recurring or once in a while. One of the basic understanding. Second, revenue is when you get directly. Revenue is get directly. If you are talking about capital receipt, imagine an example. You bought an asset. For doing what? For using it to generate revenue. Yes or no? Now today if you sell that asset, it is a capital or revenue? It is capital. Yes, which means if you have a item which you're directly selling, that is revenue. If there is an item which is generating revenue and you sell that item, it is correct, not correct? Yes, so which means if you're having an item which is generating revenue, that is capital. If you're having an item which is generating revenue, that is capital. Agreed, not agreed? Agreed. Hello? Yes. Assume shares. Assume shares. Now, Rahul is having shares. Rahul decided to sell shares. Rahul is having shares. Rahul decided to sell shares. Capital receipt, revenue receipt. Capital receipt. Yes, sir. How did you decide? What is future benefits in this? What is the future benefit? Nada with it and idhukku appuram enna benefit varum? Rahul sold shares, capital receipt, revenue receipt. Why?
You are getting dividend for.
So
You are generating revenue from that share. We use the share to get the revenue.
abdi.
Now when we are selling this share.
Okay. You sold debentures. Capital receipt, revenue receipt.
Again we will get interest from
Capital receipt, revenue receipt.
capital.
It is not nothing. Why? It's a repayment of loan. கொடுத்தது காசு திருப்பி வந்திருக்கு. என்ன receipt அதுல? Yes or no? Debenture Puerto Rico, is there an appreciation? No. Shares Puerto Rico, there is an capital revenue. Capital revenue. The problem with you is, again, you're not asking the right question. You're not asking the right question. Imagine Rahul is like Harshad Mehta. My job itself is to buy and sell shares. Then it is marketing law. Yes, ask the right questions. Ask the right questions. You should have asked me, Rahul, first, who are you? Who are you? If I come and tell I'm a chartered accountant, my job is to do teaching and accounts. In that case, this is the, because then it's not my business. Then it is not my business. My job itself is, I'm a bank. I'm an investment banker. I'm an investment banker. My job now itself is to buy and sell. In which case, my share itself becomes my inventory. My share itself becomes my inventory, which means the income from that will become revenue receipt. Correct? Yes or no? Yes or no? Ask the right questions. Ask the right questions. Which means third underlying assumption is your nature of business will also decide whether you are doing a capital receipt or a revenue receipt. Yes or no? I'll give you one more example. Yes, I'm selling furniture. I'm selling furniture. Capital receipt, revenue receipt. Now you get it. Now you get it. Depends on whether you are running a furniture business or not. If I'm running a furniture business, it is. If I'm running a accounts business, it is. Clear? Yes, yes. That is what I told. If it is going to happen regularly, if I'm going to sell furniture regularly, then it is revenue receipt. If I'm not going to sell furniture regularly, it is a capital receipt. If I bought the furniture in order to generate revenue, then it is. Clear? Clear? Yes. Now answer me this question. Rahul, gift is capital revenue. I received gift, capital revenue. Depends on what gift will you get. You tell me what you want. உனக்கு என்ன ஆசை இருக்கு சொல்லு. I don't know what you want to depend it on. That you will get it regularly, is it? Gifts are capital receipts. Gifts are capital receipts. Yes or no? Yes or no? Question. You are receiving salary from your employer. You have been thrown out of the company, for which he is giving you compensation. Why? Huh? Now you get it. Now you get it. Rahul, I'm running a business. I'm running a business. In that business, a person has come and said, because you're doing a good job for me, here is one free Goa ticket. Capital receipt. Sir, capital receipt. Yes or no? Yes or no? I am running 5 different, I'm an agent. I'm an agent doing job for 5 different agencies. Doing a job for 5 different agencies. One of the agencies came and said, I don't want to do job with you anymore. I said, if you don't want to do job with me anymore, termination fees is there, 50,000 rupees. Revenue receipt. Revenue receipt. What is my job? Agency. People will come and people will go. People will come and people will go. Am I dependent on that one person? If I'm not dependent, is it my capital? No. Imagine now an example where I'm an agent. I have only one principal. I'm working only for Reliance. Reliance comes and says, I don't want you anymore. I said, sir, if you don't want me, you have to pay me 50,000. Now it is. Because this is my only source. This is my only source. Correct, not correct? Correct, not correct? Correct. Last example. Last example. I have bought an asset. I have bought an asset. Now what happened is, when I was purchasing an asset, I came and told him that you have to give me the asset within 5 days. You have to give me the asset within 5 days. If you don't give me the asset within 5 days, I cannot stop my business. I cannot start my business. Because of you, I would have a delay in starting my business. So therefore, if you delay in giving me the asset, you have to pay me 1 crore rupees fine. You have to pay me 1 crore rupees fine. Background clear? Background clear? I am going to buy an asset and I have told him, you have to give me the asset within 5 days. If you don't give me the asset within 5 days, you have to pay me 1 crore rupees, which means he has to give me 2 things now. One is the asset, the other is 1 crore rupees. The other is 1 crore rupees. Asset which I got is nothing. நான் தான காசு கொடுத்துட்டு வாங்கின asset. டேய் முன்னாடியே இந்த கேள்வி கேட்டல. When you are going to pay money and get an asset, it is an investment by you. அது ரிசிட்டா? Come to the next scenario. Come to the next scenario where you have got 1 crore rupees because he has delayed in giving you the asset. That is a buy. Because it is because it is relating to the asset. It is because it is relating to the asset. Correct? Not correct? Correct. Same example. You have a customer or a supplier. Let's say you have a supplier. You go to the supplier and come and say, dear supplier, I'm going to work with you going forward. My only condition is today if I place an order to you, 5 days later you have to give me the order. You have to give me the order. Every time you delay the order, you have to pay me 1 crore rupees. You have to pay me 1 crore rupees. Second transaction when I was doing with him, he made a delay. He paid me 1 crore rupees. What is asset here? Stock is not an asset. Stock is not an asset. Capital revenue. It is revenue. It is revenue because this money has now come from your inventory. This money has now come from your inventory. For those people who are coming from foundation background and think asset, stock is the asset, it is not. It is not. Think about it very carefully. Think about it very carefully. Whenever you had a stock, you mentioned it in trading account as purchase. As purchase. What you did in balance sheet? You passed a contra entry. One closing stock went to trading account, one closing stock went to balance sheet. This was just valuing asset. This was just a valuing asset. Contra entry pochi. Yes or no? Yes or no? At the end of the day, did you value your asset? No. Every inventory went and sat in my trading account. Yes or no? Yes or no? That is why if you notice very carefully, in your trial balance, you never had an account called as closing stock. You always had an account called as purchase. Hello. You had an account called as opening stock. Still you put it in trading account. Aapko mattum kelvi kekliye. Yeah, opening stock trading account la potting. Opening stock na asset dana. Ama why liya? Indalo trading la potting la. Why? Why? It is not an asset. It is not an asset. It's your regular activity. Adu illama eppadi nee vela panna mudiyum? Yes or no? Yes or no? Assets, stocks are not called as your assets. Yes, everything is asset only for you. Stock is not your capital asset. Stock is not your capital asset. Stock is your day-to-day operations, and therefore you put it in trading account. What is pending with you? The underlying unsold balance is what you take to balance sheet by putting a contra entry in trading account. By putting a contra entry in trading account, don't get confused with the fact that closing stock is a asset. Clear? Clear? Which means today if I get a compensation for not getting my inventory on time, it is a revenue receipt. It is a revenue receipt. You may come and say, Rahul, that is also happening once in a while. No. Think about it. I'm telling every time my stock is not come on time. Yes or no? Yes or no? Which means it can happen many times. Or will it happen only once? It can happen many times. Agreed. Agreed. Yes. Yes. Have that understanding. Have that understanding. There should be a clear understanding between what is a capital receipt and revenue receipt, because tomorrow when you enter into a transaction, you should know whether it is happening revenue level or capital level. Because if it is happening on revenue level, you have to check somewhere, correct? Do you have to check somewhere? No. You will directly tell everything is taxable. If it is a capital receipt, you now need to where? Section 2, clause 24. Clear? Clear? Yes. For every single item, if you go and check 224, then life is miserable only, because you will not know which one is taxable, which one is not. Only capital receipts kaga you have to go and check 224. Revenue kaga you should not check 224. Clear? Hello. Polama. Yes. Distinguishing revenue and capital receipts. They are coming and saying revenue receipt is income from circulating capital which is turned over to yield profits or losses. Profits or losses. Capital receipt is income from assets which owner keeps in his possession for making profits. Using the asset, if I make profits, that is capital item. Adukku if I sell, that is a capital receipt. If the item itself is being sold, then it is revenue receipt. Yes. Yes. Second, what is the test to be applied? If it is a profit arising from transaction regularly undertaken, it is revenue. If it's a profit from a transaction which is done in normal dealings, outside normal dealings, it is capital. Shares and securities Porto Rico, if it is done in ordinary course of business, it is revenue. If it is done as if you are not the owner of the asset, it is capital. It is capital. Finally, what is the taxability? Revenue is capital is taxable only if it is covered. Yes, I'm giving you transactions. Tell me whether it is taxable or revenue or capital. Okay. One thing which I'm making very clear right now, I am only asking you whether it is capital or revenue. I am not asking whether it is. For you to know whether it is taxable or not taxable, you need to know the subsequent chapters. I only want to know whether it is revenue or. Okay, yes. Liquidated damages received for delay in procurement of capital asset. What is this? This is the transaction we spoke about. Asset delay vandirukku, adanal compensation kuthirukkaru. This is compensation received for termination of agency business being the only income source. Compensation received for termination of one agency business out of various agencies held. Compensation for premature termination of employment. Compensation for termination or modification of business contracts. Compensation for termination or modification of business contract. Hey, every example I discuss panada answer varoma. This is capital. Very good. This is again capital. Business contracts daily and all you will not change. Yes. Yes. Last one. Gift. Background clear. Yes. Some examples I am giving you. Balance examples. Income tax. Exam will have. Yes. Be smart about whether it is capital or revenue. Yes. Yes. Rahul, section number 4 is now officially done. Yes, we have officially now completed section. Okay, 4 on. We have now officially completed what is section number 4. But yes, we are still not done with it because we have just discussed what is income. We have not discussed what is. Not a big deal, but yeah, we are kind of done. We are kind of done. Yes, yes. Now, if you notice section 4, you are able to imagine how a law looks like. You are able to imagine that 1-2 lines can have so much of differences. You are able to imagine that one word is very important, and one word, if you don't know, everything is unknown. Yes or no? Yes. That is the power of a law, and that is the power of a CA. That is the power of a CA. You can think things as it is supposed to be thought, or you can think things as if it is not thought. Correct enough. Yes. Yes, it's your choice how or what kind of CA you want to become. Yes, if you be the first person, you will earn, but you will not grow. If you are the second person, you will earn and you will grow. And you will grow because people are more interested about the second person. No one is caring about the first person. First person, even Google can do. Your qualification has nothing meaning to me. Yes or no? Yes. Again, this is between these 4 walls. Outside these 4 walls, you should do the first thing only. Outside this 4 walls, Rahul came and told you, be the honest CA, do everything right, no go to jail, no go illegal, always pay the correct taxes to government. If you are feeling bored, pay more also, no problem. Inside this class, things are different. Outside this class, things are different. Rahul has not taught you anything wrong. Yeah. Yes, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. But anyway, section number 4, 2 lines. Everything we have discussed properly. Understood everything. Yes, chapter is over. Yes, chapter clarity irukku. Yes, now you know what the chapter looks like. My slow discussion ends here. My slow discussion ends here. Inimala, there will be no slow discussions. Inimala, there will be no questions. Inimala, there will only be answers. There will only be answers. Idikapro, my assumption is you now know what a law means. You now know what an income tax means, which means going forward, we'll only be discussing as if you are already qualified. Okay, which means if you feel like something is not clear, you will ask me. If not, I will assume you are clear. Okay, okay. Yes, I go slow in the first 3 days alone. Chapter 1 varaikum I will go slow. Rahul, idhuve slow irukna fast eppadi irukum yosichu paru. If my pace right now is slow, imagine what fast will be. You have no idea. You have no idea. You will see the fun. You will see the fun. Going forward, the pace will be very different. You will understand what income tax now means by you doing it yourself. Na solla poradilla. If you have a question and you didn't understand something, you ask me, I will let you know. Otherwise, I will only assume that you know things and I will tell what I think is right. Okay? Okay? Yes? Yes. Super. Let's do the last thing, which is your total income. Yes, now you know what is income. And I told you income is revenue or capital. Yes. Now, we are going to classify these incomes. We are going to classify these incomes. The biggest question which came up before income taxes, Rahul, I am earning income. Anything can be stealing, begging, borrowing, killing, kidnapping, normal income, smuggling, winnings, lottery, horse racing, KBC, whatever you call it. Whatever you call it. Now you have so many sources. You have so many sources. If someone has to understand what kind of incomes you have earned, we need to categorize them properly. Yes or no? Yes or no? In order to categorize them, income tax decided, let's categorize them into 5 buckets. Let's categorize them into 5 buckets, which means whatever you earn, put them into any of these 5 buckets so that I can tomorrow understand what you're talking about. Yes, yes. Anyone, any idea what is the 5 buckets? No idea? Sweet. Bucket number 1, income from salaries. Bucket number 1. This bucket will have all transactions you undertake between employer and employee. Any transaction undertake between employer and employee. Okay. First bucket is income from. Second bucket is income from house property. Income from. This bucket will comprise of rent. Rent from what? House property. It will comprise of rent from house property. Second item. Now ask yourself a question. Read the English carefully. I said income from house property. Or did I say income of house property? Income from house property, meaning what income comes from that house property? The only thing which will come from the house property is, will sale of house property come here? Will sale of house property come here? No, it will not. Adana rent. Rendu onnu thana. Vara. What is imputed rent? You are living in your own house. You want rent for that. Huh? If you are living in your own house, it is called a self-occupied property. Can you earn income from yourself? Will you like to earn income from yourself? Would you like to go to government and come and say, sir, I am living in my house, so I think I should pay myself 1 lakh rupees, state tax on it? Would you like to give more tax to government? Let's be smart. Let's be smart. You cannot earn income from yourself. You cannot earn income from yourself. If you can, good for you. You are only going to pay more tax to government. How stupid can you be is the question then. Yes. So generally, if you have your own house, it is a part of income from house property. We will take it for something else. We will not compute imputed rent and all. Income tax does not request you to do notional incomes, but still it does in various places. It still does in various places. That's comedy na sonnalla. The best way to save income tax is by not earning income. That is between us right now. Right now, as you progress, I will come and tell you that even if you don't earn income, you will still pay income tax. In various cases, you will find that even if you don't earn income, you will still pay income tax. A lot of stupidity is there in this sections. Yes, that is why I told you income tax is not logical. It is there. That's it. Seriya. Can we come back to the discussion? Yes, 2 heads we discussed. Head number 1. Head number 2. Very good. First one is your employer-employee. Second one is your rent from house. Rent from house. Yes. Third one is called as profit and gains of business or profession. What? Profits and gains from business or profession. The and or is important. The and or is important. It is not profit or gains from business and profession. It is profits and gains from business or profession. Notice where what sits. I am saying profit and gains, meaning enna indalo okay. Enna indalo okay, both are covered. From business or profession, meaning if you have a business, take it separately. If you have a profession, take it separately. Don't add together. Don't add together. Yes or no? Yes or no? For example, Rahul is running a CA firm. Rahul is running a CA firm. This is profession. Rahul is also teaching you. This is business. This is business. Rahul, teaching and all is profession. No. Teaching is business. Teaching is business. There is nothing professional about this. Yes. Rahul as a qualified CA is teaching you, which is good for you. But even a BCom guy and a 12th standard guy can also mug up income tax and teach it to you. Yes or no? Yes or no? Teaching anyone can do. Anyone can do. How good they do it is the question. I'm assuming I'm doing good. At least 2 people are okay. Yes, it is profits and gains of business or profession. Now the question comes as, Rahul, what is the difference between profit and gains? Sorry? You cannot expect a gain. Abnormal. Abnormal only losses can happen, ma. Abnormal gains cannot happen. Luck, business la. Gain motive la panla. Sorry, ma. Very simple. If it is a capital receipt, it is a gains. If it is a revenue receipt, it is a. Why do you want to complicate life so much? Expect panla, idu panla, adu panla. My question is very simple. Today you are having a business asset. Today you are having a business asset. You will decide how much you want to sell it for. Appo you know what is your gains. Adula enna expect panla nee? Potudana pochu. Sorry, I'm not complaining. I'm asking you logical questions. If you're going to sell your asset, you decide the price, which means you know what the gains will be. There is nothing unexpected about it. Yes, it's a different story that someone may negotiate, but that does not mean that you will not get gains out of it. Yes, and profit also cannot be expected at the end of the day. Now, like you can come and say, yes, I want to make 1,000 crores profit. Vanda nalla irukum. Varlan enna panna gains supportuva. Is na profit dana. Point is very simple. Profits is done for revenue items, gains is done for. That is the basic understanding. So income tax is coming and saying, Rahul, unaka capital profit indalo okay, unaka revenue profit indalo okay, both are covered under profits and gains of business or profession. Short form is very good, PGBP. Short form is PGBP. Rahul, short form use pannalama exam la? Mudiyadu. Full form eldi da agano. Yes or no? Rahul, 3 items now. Salaries, house property, profits and gains. Profits and gains from business or profession. Okay. Item number 4 is called as capital gains. Vaarthile irukku. Example again. Vaarthile irukku. Meaning, any gains coming from capital. Sale of house. Sale of house is a capital gains. You will sell house daily. Yes. Ask the right question. You will sell house daily. Maybe, depending on. I am a real estate owner. I will sell house daily. For me, you will put it under. You will put it under profits and gains of business or profession. Ippo theridu. Yes or no? Now you are getting a group. Unukku ippo puriyudhu enna kekano? Yes or no? Yes. Fourth item is capital gains. Any gains which is capital in nature will be categorized as capital gains. Please understand, if it's a gains arising from business, it will go under PGBP, meaning this is gains other than business. Okay. Yes. Last item is called as income from other sources. This is basically your garbage section. Meaning, if it does not fall in the above 4, put it in the fifth one. If it does not fall into above 4, put it in the fifth one. Nothing can be not taxable. Income definition, if it falls, it will fall into any of the 5. If it does not fall in first 4, put it in 5. Yes or no? So fifth, I don't have to tell you itself. Straightforward case. Everything not there in 4 is in 5. Avladha answer. Yes. Let's take some examples. You tell me which head it will fall into. Yes. I have got Goa ticket from my business. Very good. Profits and gains of business or profession. I have got a gift from my boyfriend. Income from other sources. My company employer has given me a Diwali bonus. Income from salaries. My company paid me Diwali bonus. Hey, now ask from expense side. See, for the person who received it, it is income from salaries. For the person who paid it, it is where? You have to put expense also somewhere. No, revenue minus allowable expense. Expense enga poduvinga kekiran. எங்கம்மா capital? It will fall into PGBP. It will fall into PGBP. Yes, Rahul, will you give Diwali bonus daily to employees? Doesn't matter. Employee is your employee. It's not your personal case. It's not your personal case. Nee kudukarde is a genuine salary expense. Yes or no? Yes or no? When you did accounts also, if you give something to your employee, you put it under salaries. Where is salaries going into? PGBP. Salaries is going into PGBP. Yes or no? Yes. Understand. Now my discussions will not be about income alone. It will also be about the expenses. It will also be about the expenses. Correcta? Correcta? Yes, Rahul. Dividend earned by a person who is a share broker. Dividend earned by a person who is a share broker. Dividend க்கு என்னமா capital வரும்? Profits and gains of business or wrong answer. Wrong answer. Ask yourself a question. Ask yourself a question. Anyone here invest in shares? Anyone here invest in shares? My question is very simple. Assuming you're doing daily. Right now you're anyway not earning, so that is your only source. That is your only source. Assuming that you are a share person. Share person as in you are buying and selling shares. You're buying and selling shares. The buying and selling will be taxable under PGBP. Enga salaries varum. Will be taxable under PGBP. Yes or no? Yes or no? My question is very simple. My question is very simple. When you started this business of shares, your intention was to earn dividend, correct? Huh? Was your intention to earn dividend? Was your intention to earn dividend? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Think about it. Think about it. Have you seen dividends in the past? Have you seen dividends in the past? Companies and all will come and say, we are giving 100% dividend, 300% dividend, 500% dividend. நீங்க என்ன யோசிப்பீங்க? They are giving so much dividend and all. 100% of what? 100% of face value. Face value is 1 rupee. 100% is 100 rupees. 100 ரூபாய் வச்சுட்டு வாழ்க்கை ஓடலாம். Correct? Huh? You can run your livelihood with 100 rupees of dividend. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, ask yourself a question. A share broker who's buying and selling shares. He is buying the selling and shares for earning dividend. Correct? Huh? He is doing it for earning from the share. He is doing it for earning from the share. He will buy the share for 100 rupees, sell it for 150. Yes or no? Yes or no? So which means he is looking forward to the appreciation of share. Is he looking forward to the dividend from the share? அவனுக்கு பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் dividend is ancillary, incidental. வந்தா நல்லா இருக்கும், வரலனா ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாது. Yes or no? Question to you. You are buying and selling shares. Do you control when dividend will be given to you? Who controls? Company controls. நாளைக்கு you are expecting dividend will come. Company says no dividend. Will you shut down business? Will you shut down everything and come and say, Inimala, I thought my company will give me dividends. I don't think my livelihood can run now. Let's go die. Correct? Huh? Correct. Huh? Ask yourself a question. Any share broker, logically speaking, will buy and sell shares for earning dividends? No. He will only do it for appreciation. He will only do it for appreciation. Correct? Not correct? Which means this is not his business. It is not his salaries. It is not his house property. This is a dividend, so it is not capital. Left to garbages. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Clear? Clear? Hey, every time what you think is not the right answer. Okay, sometimes you have to use your head properly. I'll give you one more question. Trick question. Yes, question is rental income earned by a real estate owner who holds the house as a stock in trade. Rental income earned from a house owned by a real estate owner. IFOS, IFS, capital gains, ஒருத்த PGBP போறாரு. இருக்கதே 5 கேஸ் தான். Let's do elimination. What will pakka not come? Salaries. Great. Okay, next. Capital gains varuma. Why? Because it is rental. There is nothing capital. So capital gains also out. மிச்சம் இருக்குது இப்போ house property, PGBP, IFOS. Now IFOS will only come if it is not falling in first two. So we need to answer first two. Now tell me, is it PGBP or IFHP? Why? It's not his house. He's a real estate owner. Huh? Pick. See, IFOS, I'm telling you it is not, because ஏதோ ரெண்டுத்துல ஒண்ணுல போய்டும். Yes or no? Yes, logically எங்கேயோ போய்டும். So IFOS வராது, நானே சொல்லிடுறேன். மிச்சம் இருக்குது இப்போ IFHP, PGBP. சொல்ல பாப்போம். All in favor? All in favor? Answer is house property. Ask yourself a question. Real estate owner is having the house for buying and selling the house or earning rental income? Apo he is more interested about the sale of the house. He is not interested about the rent from the house. Rent from the house is incidental to him, which means it will not fall into PGBP. The only thing left is now house property. I never told you house property la the house should be capital. Na epo sonna? Did I tell? Na enna sonna? Rent coming from house property. The rent can be from stock in trade, also can be from capital also. Intention is more important. Intention is more important. Correct? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Purida. Classification is important. Classification தப்பா போச்சுன்னா ஆன்சரே தப்பா வரும். Yes. Rahul, எந்த ஹெட்ல போட்டாலும் இன்கம் அப்படி தானே வரப்போகுது? No. As you enter the chapter, you will realize every head has its own problems. If you put it in a wrong head, deduction will be different. Deduction different இருந்துச்சுன்னா income different. Income different இருந்துச்சுன்னா tax different. Tax different னா answer different. Answer different னா mark different. Mark different னா கேட்டிருக்கீங்களா? அதேதான். Yes or no? Yes or no? Classification matters. Final question. Question is, you are creating an FD using the money of the business, and the FD is earning you interest from the FD created from the money held by the business. Should I repeat? Interest from the FD created using the money of the business. What is he using for what? Income arising from? How will he use it for his use? Business la thana vandirukku. Yes, quickly. 3 வாட்டி கேள்வி கேட்டேன், 3த்துக்குமே PGBP சொன்னீங்க, 3த்துக்குமே தப்பா சொல்லிட்டேன். Answer is, it's an interest from FD ma. How is it capital? FD is capital. Interest on FD is capital, is it? அது ரெகுலர் தானே வரும் உனக்கு. It's definitely not capital. It's definitely not salaries. It's either HP வராது. So PGBP or IFOS. PGBP or IFOS? IFOS. Again, it is IFOS. Question to you again. If you are creating an FD from business, is that your business? What is your business? Something else. You created an incidental FD for various reasons. Just because you got a money out of it, will you call it as your business income? Are you running a livelihood based on that interest? If tomorrow interest from FD does not come, you'll shut down business, which means it is incidental, which means it will not fall into, it will fall into garbage section. It will fall into garbage section. Yes or no? Yes. அப்போ ராகுல் இனிமேல என்ன கேள்வி கேட்டாலும் PGP வராது. கரெக்டா? Correct no? Correct no? Yes. Rahul, sale of an asset which is held in business. Sale of an asset held in business. Sale of an asset held in business. Answer is both. It depends on what kind of asset are you talking about. If it's an investment asset, tell me, did you make the investment for the purpose of business or incidental? incidental. You've made an investment, that is not your business, in which case that will be under capital gains. If you are talking about an asset which is depreciated asset, then it is used for business, that you sell, it will be under PGBP. Yes or no? I told you, no, PGBP talks about gains which are relating to business. Now investment pota, that is not business. Now depreciated asset vecha, that is an business. Correct? Yes or no? Yes. Ipo classification purida. Rahul, interest on debentures. Interest on debentures on. Huh? Same problem every time. This is interest received or interest paid? How did you assume? Na sonna na. Did I tell? Did I tell? You assumed. You assumed. Whose mistake? Your mistake. Fifth time I'm telling. Ask the. If it is interest paid, it is PGBP. Debenture is for what? For raising money for business. Interest payment will be PGBP. Will be PGBP. Yes or no? Yes or no? Rahul, interest received. Ask yourself a question. Who are you? If you are a bank, then it is PGBP. Bank oda vale da debenture vaangittu interest vaangirudhu. Yes or no? Yes or no? Which means if you are a bank which is getting debenture, the interest on it is his livelihood. In that case, it is PGBP. If you are not a bank, you are a normal person, summa giving money for debentures and getting interest out of it, that is IFOS. That is IFOS. Yes or no? Yes or no? Rahul, ivlo kashtapadriye. Yes, it is difficult. It is difficult. Income tax works on those premises. If you make a wrong classification, trust me, answer will not come out right. It will not. And the one classification issue which you make, understand, in exam, first compulsory question will be on classifications. Guess the number of marks on it. 15 marks. 1-5. 15 marks. You have 3 questions which come for exam. First question is 15 marks. Second question is 10 marks. Third question is 10 marks. First question, compulsory question, is full computation of total income along with tax payable. Along with tax payable. For you to come to tax, you need income. For you to come to income, you need to know head income. For you to know head income, you need to classify income. Classification தப்பா இருந்தா income தப்பா வரும். அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்க தெரியும் சீக்வென்ஸ். Yes or no? சொல்லுங்கம்மா. Interest paid on debenture means what, ma? You have given a debenture for getting loan. What are you going to use the loan for? Apo interest which you pay on it is also business expense. எந்த இடத்துல போகும்? அவ்வளவுதான் ஆன்சர். People clear? Yes. Yes. Can we proceed? Can we proceed? Yes. 5 heads for you. Income from salaries. Income from PGBP is fine. PGBP is fine. 5 heads. Now Rahul, I know classification is causing a problem. Yes, it's not your problem alone. Income tax itself is facing this problem. Which is why in income tax specially, every head of income has its own charging section. நான் என்ன சொன்னேன், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆக்டுக்கு ஒரு சார்ஜிங் செக்ஷன் இருக்கும். இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஹெட் ஆஃப் இன்கம்க்கே ஒரு சார்ஜிங் செக்ஷன் வச்சிருக்காங்க. So that charging section of that head of income will come and tell what income will come into my head. If it is given in that, then it will come in that head. If it does not fall in that, it will come to some other head. If it falls in none of the head, it will go to. All the answer. Yes or no? Yes. So going forward, when we come to the head of incomes, I will always start in the head of income with the charging system, which means now for this 2 lines we spent so much time. In every head also we will spend same time. At that point of time, I am not going to teach you. You are going to ask me. You are going to ask me because every heading will have 2 lines. And if you tell me, Rahul, I understood the 2 lines, great. Then you pass the exam. I will give you questions. If you are giving the right answer, then I will leave it there itself. If you don't give me the right answer, then I will leave it there itself. I will leave it there itself unless and until you ask the right question. Okay. I told you from the first day of the class, I am here to facilitate. You are to teach. I am not teaching. I am here to facilitate. Okay. If you cannot prepare yourself, then it will become a problem after you clear. இப்போதுக்கு எல்லாம் புரிஞ்சிரும். கிளியர் ஆனதுக்கு அப்புறம் கஷ்டம். அதுக்கப்புறம் Rahul will not come to your aid and come and say, I will tell you how income tax looks like, because then I am a professional to you. I will ask money, obviously. Free advice will not be done by any CS. If you are doing, then you are not a CA first of all. Okay. Yes. So grab whatever you can from me till batch is going on. Until batch is going on, I cannot get anything extra from you. So உனக்கு என்ன கேள்வி இருந்தாலும் கேளு, நான் சொல்றேன். பேட்ச் முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் ஒன்றும் வராது. ஓகே, டாக்ஸ் அட்வைஸ் மட்டும் வராது, சப்ஜெக்ட் நாலேஜ் கொடுத்துருவேன். ஐசிஏ பிரகாரம் இப்படி தான் போகணும்னு சொல்லிடுவேன், அவ்வளோதான். அது தவிர என்ன இருக்கோ அதை நீ பார்த்துக்கோ சொல்லுவேன். ஓகே, எஸ். ஸோ கிராப் வாட் எவர் யூ கேன். எனிவே, லெட்ஸ் கம் பேக் டு த டோட்டல் இன்கம். Total income is 5 items. Income from salaries, income from house property, profits and gains of business or profession, capital gains, IFOS. I have given the section numbers on the right. Income from salaries is 15 to 21, which means section number 15 is charging section. Income from house property 22 to 27, which means 22 is PGBP is 28 to 44 dB. 28 is capital gains is 45 to 55A. Capital gains is 45 is IFOS is 56 to 59. 56 becomes your charging section. 59 becomes your charging section. If you add all these items, Rahul, can you compute tax now? Answer is no. You will get something called as gross total income. Idhila you will have to do some more items in order to arrive at total income. On that total income you will pay tax. Format later discussion. 5 head of income classification is your headache going forward. Okay. Yes. Can we now go to sums? Yes. Before we go to sums, I generally have this practice to create my own rules. All this while from 11th to 12th you have created something called as golden rules of accounts. I will now create something called as golden rules of tax. Let's note down your golden rules of tax. If you follow these golden rules properly in the right sequence and in the right manner, answer will come out 100% right. One step miss out, full answer is wrong. Okay, yes. What I want you to do is the concept book which you have, can you open the last page? Is there a place in the last? You have the whiteboard, put it there. Yes ma'am. You 70 amma 70 எங்க இருக்கு? You talking about this one, huh? That's a different topic altogether, ma. No, it's not. When we write the golden rules, you'll understand. Let's write the golden rules. Yes, people, put it in the last page of your concept guide, the white color board which you have. It's better to keep it there. If you put it in your workout note and all, you'll throw the book later. Okay, so let's have it here. Hey, this golden rules which I'm telling today has to remain in your head till very good, till your finals. It is not just for inter. Yes, the golden rules will become a little bigger when it comes to finals, but you need to know this till finals. Nothing is changing from inter to finals also. Okay, these are something we need to know. Every time I start a chapter, I'll ask you a simple question. This is golden rule number what? Okay, by heart this today itself. If you're not able to answer me, then the chapter itself is not getting started. Okay, put the heading as 15. Right side ma, whiteboard. Put it on the whiteboard. Yes, heading is golden rules of tax. Heading is golden rules of tax. Hey, there are almost about 15 rules, so manage your space accordingly. Manage your space accordingly. Golden rules of tax. Golden rules of tax. ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா? Yes. Yes. Step number one. Step number one. Step number one, hyphen. Identify the question. Step number one. Identify the question. Identify the question and its requirements. Identify the question and its requirements. I know every time I write this first step, no, everyone comes and tells Rahul, what stupidity are you talking about? இது எனக்கு தெரியாதா? Problem with everyone is this is the most easiest step and yet the most difficult one. Yet the most difficult one. Problem with every one of us is we are very hyperactive. Yes. Most of the people I have noticed, every time you start a sum, what will you do? You will start from the top. You will start from the top. You will read everything. All stories you will read. All stories you will read. You will imagine this will happen, that will happen, that will happen. Kadasila pata question is asking you, what is it? Yes or no? I'll tell you a simple example. I'll tell you a simple example. The steps which I'll give you will cover everything of the subject. It will start from chapter number 1 and go till chapter number 17. But imagine, will exam give you all 17 chapters to test in one question? No. No. Problem what happens is every time someone starts, they'll start from top. They look at, oh, resident, oh, senior citizen, this is the income, this is the income, this is the income. They will find out what is the total income in the question itself. And they'll find out what is the tax payable in the question itself. And then when they look at the final answer, the question is asking, compute what is the PGBP income. What happened? They asked you only for one head of income. You did what? You did all heads of income. You found out the total income. You found out tax payable also. கேட்டாங்களா? கடைசியில் என்ன ஆகும்? நீ என்ன ஆன்சர் எழுதினாலோ you will only get that 5 marks. ஆனா for writing that 5 marks, you spent 15 marks time. You spent 15 marks time. You will come and say, Rahul, இதெல்லாம் ஆகுமா? You will see. You will see. Yes. When I give you a question, the level of jumping and all you'll do in the question, no, you will itself imagine. And this will happen more clearly in inter, especially new syllabus, because the comedy about new syllabus is now you have 30% MCQ. You have 30% MCQ. You'll be like, Rahul, MCQ is not a big thing. You have 30% MCQ. In that, 1/3 is case study MCQ. What MCQ? You know what is case study MCQ? What is case study MCQ? They'll give you a story and then they'll give you 5 questions. 5 questions, 4 questions. What will you do? What will you do? You will start from the story. You will try to learn what the story is. Yes, full Mahabharata padipinga. Kadasila, you will see that in the 5 questions, half of the topic is not even relevant. But what you would have done, you would have started from the case study, answered everything. And Kadasila, you see what is happening. Question is not asking that itself. You are sitting and wasting time. You're sitting and wasting time. Then you will come and shout, Rahul, paper was lengthy, this was difficult, that was difficult. எனக்கு பாஸே பண்ண முடியல, I say எப்படி தான் இருக்கான். They don't favor me, this and all that will start. Whose mistake? Whose mistake? Your mistake. Your mistake. This is the most important rule. The easiest and the most important rule. You never follow it. Never. இப்பே சொல்லிடுறேன். When we start questions, you'll realize what I'm talking about. Yes. Biggest mistake with everyone is they start from the top without even knowing what someone is expecting out of you. Yes. First to know their expectation. Then start working it out. Because the moment you know their expectation, now you know which step to follow and which step to ignore. Which step to ignore. Yes or no? Yes or no? When we do, you'll understand. Yes. Surprise test la theriyum. Case study is beautiful. வேற லெவலுக்கு போட்டிருக்கேன் கேஸ் ஸ்டடி. நான் செல்ஃப் ப்ரிப்பேர்ட் ஹனிமூன் வரும், அஃபேர் வரும், எல்லா கதையும் வரும். எஸ், யூ லவ் த கேஸ் ஸ்டடி. யூ வில் பி லைக், ஓ கிரேட்டாக போட்டிருக்கான். More than the question, you will be interested about the story. Yes. By the time what will happen? 1 hour is over. 1 hour is over. And the case study will be 5 questions, 2 marks each. By the time you realize what has happened, you have only written 2 marks. Yes, yes. You will know. You will know. Time will tell. Time will tell. Yes, we will figure it out. We'll figure it out. Let's start. Step number 1. Identify the question and its requirements. Step number 2. Step number 2, identify the person and his residential status. Identify the person and his residential status. How many of you are not using black pen? என்னாச்சு black pen இல்லையா இருக்கா சரி நெக்ஸ்ட் கிளாஸ் எத்தரவா anyone who's using pencil white board வேற கீச்னா அசிங்கமா இருக்கும் no one shall I come on rounds change it people change it this is the most important golden rules yes step number 2 identify the person and his residential status step number 3 hey focus step number 3 determine whether the income is taxable or not determine whether the income is taxable or not yes the moment you find out who is earning the income you now have to check whether the income is first of all covered in 224 if it is not covered don't take it there itself determine whether the income is taxable or not yes step number 4 classify the income into we call it as heads of income so classify the income into 5 heads of income classify the income into 5 heads of income step number 5 provide necessary deduction slash exemption provide necessary deduction slash exemptions given in the respective head provide necessary deduction slash exemption given in the necessary head step number 6 step number 6 club club someone else's income it is all Greek and Latin to you right now you will realize later club someone else's income அதான் சொன்னல மைனரோட income will be taxable in the hands of parent club someone else's income don't put examples and all we'll discuss club someone else's income step number 7 set off any losses slash unabsorbed depreciation set off any losses slash unabsorbed depreciation depreciation spelling தெரியும்ல unabsorbed depreciation full stop this will arrive at gross total income continue full stop continue this will arrive at gross total income step number 8 claim chapter 6A போர்ட்ல இருக்கு claim chapter 6A chapter Roman numeral 6-A claim chapter 6A and section 10AA கீழ இருக்கு claim chapter 6A and section 10AA claim chapter 6A and section 10AA okay full stop this is full stop continue this is your total income full stop and continue this is your total income step number 9 compute this is your total income step number 9 Step number 9, compute tax under default tax regime. Compute tax under default tax regime. Default tax regime, 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 within brackets, section. You can use short form for section, by the way. SEC is allowed. Section 115, capital B, capital A, capital C. Compute tax under default tax regime, section 115 BAC. 115 BAC. Polama. Step number 10. Compute tax under alternate tax regime. Compute tax under alternate tax regime. Within bracket, Finance Act. 2023. By this time you should know. Finance Act 2023. By this time you should know. Compute tax under alternate tax regime, within bracket Finance Act 2023. Done. Step number 11. Compute tax under AMT. Compute tax under AMT. Rahul, what is AMT? We will discuss later. Compute tax under AMT. Compute tax under AMT. Done. Next step. 12. Step number 12. It is step 10 versus step 11. 12 is 10 versus 11. 10 versus 11, whichever is higher. 10 versus 11, whichever is higher, versus 9, whichever is lower. You thought income tax is easy, no? Wow. It is 10 versus 11, whichever is higher, versus 9, whichever is lower. So what you'll do, first 10 and 11 find whichever is higher. That will be checked with 9, whichever is. அவ்வளோதான். Why, what எல்லாமே பார்ப்போம், கடைசியில் பார்ப்போம். It is 10 versus 11, whichever is higher, versus 9, whichever is lower. Yes, full stop, continue. This is the tax payable. This is the tax payable for the assessment year. (24-25). You can use AY. Those are permitted. This is the tax payable for AY 24-25. Step number 13. Step number 13. Claim TDS, TCS. Claim TDS, TCS. TDS, tax deducted at source. TCS, tax collected at source, advance tax, self-assessment tax, AMT credit. Claim TDS, TCS, advance tax, self-assessment tax, AMT credit. Okay. Step number 14. Step number 14. Add interest. Add interest, comma, late filing fee. Late filing fee. Add interest, comma, late filing fee. Full stop. This is your final tax liability. This is your final tax payable. This is your final tax payable. Full stop and continue. This is your final tax payable. Yes. So we said add interest, comma, late filing fee, full stop. This is your final tax payable. Step number 15. Step number 15. Step number 15. File return of income. File return of income. File return of income. File return of income. Space irka? Okay. Step number 16. illa sollinda na uttirpen. Step number 16. Step number 16. Update return if necessary. Step number 16. Update return if necessary. Update return if necessary. Update return if necessary. Space irka? Irka? Parala utru. This is the inter syllabus. This is your inter syllabus. Final will have 10 more steps. Final will have 10 more steps. Inter portha varaikkum idu porom. Inter portha varaikkum idu porom. Take a minute, read through it quickly. Let me know what you did not understand. Technically everything now. Technically everything. You didn't understand step number 1 itself. Step number 1 is identify the question and its requirement. Question la enna ketirukanga adu padi first. Take a minute, go through it. Online, everyone has noted it down? Done, everyone? You may not understand anything in it, but English should be clear. Have I used any complicated English? English puriyidilla. What you have done in the golden rules is technically your inter syllabus. It's technically inter syllabus. Let's prove it. Let's start from the top step and we will mark it down in the chapters. You will not do it, I will do it. Okay, we'll mark it down in the chapters and I'll prove it to you that if you complete these steps, we'll complete the syllabus. Yes. Step number. Padinga. You need the chapters. Next. Step number 2 is identifying the person and his residential status. Person ipoda padachom. Chapter number. And his chapter number 3. Irka. Next. Coming and saying now I want to know whether that is taxable or not. One of this is there in scope of total income. So step number 3. So chapter number 3 has 2 items. Chapter number 3 has 2 items. Apart from that, you also have some things on the bottom. Income which does not form part of total income is step number 3 either. Step number 3. Yes, that agriculture income is also step number 3. Agriculture income is not taxable. So agriculture income and income which does not form part of total income are all step number 3. Next. Looks like a small step is the whole of your syllabus. It starts from chapter number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Obviously, when you're going to read the head, you're also going to read the necessary deductions and exemptions. So this is step number 5 here also. Which is why I told you, if you don't classify properly, you will not know what deduction to claim. You will not know what deduction to claim. Chapter number 12. Chapter number, whatever it is. Chapter number 13. Next. Claim chapter 6A and 10 AA deduction. Chapter number 14. Chapter number 18. 115 BA C கீழ இருக்கு. Chapter number 20. Compute tax under alternate tax regime finance act, which is what your next chapter is going to be. 10 na? 10 na? 10. Along with 10, you will also be doing 22. You'll also be doing 22. அடுத்து compute tax under AMT. You see it on the screen? Alternate minimum tax. Alternate minimum tax. Next. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. That is nothing to do with chapters. That is a computational number. Next. One by one. One by one. Claim. Chapter number 15. Step number? TDS, TCS, advanced tax and all is in next chapter. So, same payment of taxes. AMT falls into the AMT chapter. So, 11 plus 13 it is. Next. Add interest late filing fee. All this will come in chapter number 16 and chapter number 17. Chapter number 17. Chapter number 17. Done. Check if you have missed out something. Step 2, step 3, step 2, step 3, step 3. Mushtama. Yes. Yes, whatever you do in your golden rules will be the one which you will be doing for your syllabus also. I have not given you anything extra, but yes, looks simple. Nothing is simple. Nothing is simple. If you have to give a weightage to it, step number 4 and step number 5, nothing to say. That is the biggest one. That is the biggest one. Step 4 and step 5 will go for easily about a month and a half. Month and a half. Obviously, you're reading the 5 heads of income. Your 50 marks, 30 marks is your heads of income. Out of 50 marks, 30 marks is your heads of income. Micha 20 marks is your balance chapters, which you are doing right now with me. Yes, for us to tackle that chapters, we need to first understand basics. So, naanga basic la aarambippom, adukapra we'll go to those chapters. When you start those chapters, that time I will assume everything is on groove, because that time it is assumed that you know income tax by now. It is assumed that you know income tax by now. Okay. Yes. Now, in all practical sense, I can start from the next theory chapter, because step number 2 is residential status and scope of total income. But yes, I know theory க்கு மேல திருப்பி theory போட்டா கொஞ்சம் பிரச்சனை ஆயிடும் சொல்லிட்டு we will do step number 9 9 or 10 10 we will do step number 10 first. We will do step number 10 first. Today if you do step number 10, for the next 3-4 days we will do step number 10, and then you can go back to your parents and come and say இப்போதுக்கு I don't know what income means, but if you give me the incomes I can tell you how much is your tax. That is what we are doing. That is what we're doing. So, assuming someone else prepares the income of your parents, you can tell what is the tax payable. That is what we'll be doing. Later on, you will also learn how to do incomes. Later on, you'll also know how to do incomes. Right now, you will only know how to do tax. Okay? Okay? Yes, let's start with step number 10. Let's start with step number 10. Yes, 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 yes. Great. People, chapter number 1 is done. Read it. Read it. Rahul, exam பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் chapter 1 number 1 ல இருந்து என்னென்ன படிக்கணும்? Circulars, notifications, MCQ, cases where assessment year and previous year is same. That's all. ராகுல் 2 வாரத்துக்கு நாங்க 3 நாள் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணோமா? ஆமா. தேவையா? ஆமா. Yes. Now you know what other chapters will carry based on the 3 days oda understanding. I know there is only 2 things which is important from it, but it was important for other chapters to go forward. Okay. Yes. Now we are going to start with chapter number 2, step number 10. Chapter number 2, step number 10. We are looking at computing taxes. When I'm starting with this chapter, the rule is very simple. My assumption is you know what total income means. Don't worry. How to compute total income will not be a part of this chapter. In this chapter, I will give you the incomes. You will compute the tax. That is what this chapter is. Now, how does this chapter work? Understand, we are talking about step number 10. And if you read it, the step number 10, it comes and says compute tax as per alternate tax regime within bracket Finance Act, which means one thing which I'm clarifying to you right away is that the tax rate which is to be given to you will not be given in income tax. It will be given in the Finance Act. So if you're going for an interview, and they come and ask you, tell me what is the tax rate for the current year. First question you'll ask them is, sir, tell me, do you want a default regime or do you want alternate regime? If he says Rahul default regime, then it's a section. But if he says it is alternate regime, then you will come and ask, sir, then tell me which Finance Act do you want? If he says I want Finance Act 2023, then you know. If he says Finance Act 2024, then you will say, sir, maybe I did not read it for my syllabus. No worries. If you can give me a copy, I will check and let you know. In Finance Act, Rahul, where will it be? In Finance Act, you have schedules. You have schedules. In that schedules, you will have 4 schedules. In that schedule, basically, you will have 4 parts. Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Yes. Part 1 will give you the tax rate for the preceding previous year. Tax rate will give you for preceding previous year, no? Your preceding previous year is? Yeah, confused agree. Preceding previous year is 22-23. You are writing exam for AY 24-25. Previous year is 23-24. Preceding previous year will be? Okay. Part 1 will come and tell you the tax of PY 22-23. Part 2 will come and tell you the TDS rates of 23-24. I am now talking from PY terms, not from AY terms. I am talking from PY terms. From PY terms, what will happen is part 1 alone will give you old rates. Part 2 will come and tell you what TDS rate you should use for 23-24. Part 3 will come and tell you what tax rate applies for your previous year, meaning 23-24, which means if you go for an interview and they come and say, tell me what is the tax rate for AY 24-25. Tax rate for AY 24-25. You will say, sir, I want Finance Act 23. In that Finance Act 23, you will look for part number 3. Very good. Option number 2, you can also look for Finance Act 24, provided you're looking for part number 1. Ippo purida. Be very careful. Exam la varadu, but good for knowledge. If you are going to look for your previous year, it will be part number 3. If you are looking for an earlier previous year, it is part number 1. Okay. In simple words, if I have to tell you, part number 1 will discuss about the tax rates of the assessment year. And part number 3 will discuss about the tax rates of the previous year. Yes, previous year 23-24 for assessment year 24-25. Assessment year 23-24 for previous year 22-23. Yes or no? Yes or no? I told you Finance Act 23 comes and tells you the tax rates for income earned in PY 23-24, which means it is giving you the tax rates for the current previous year. Correct, 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 correct. Yes, it is also giving you the tax rates for the current assessment year for your incomes which is earned in preceding previous year. எங்கேயோ இடிக்குது. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. I am looking at Finance Act what? 2023. This is applicable for your exam, which is November 24. November 24. Now I told you that Rahul, if you're looking for Finance Act 23, it will have assessment year 24, 25, which means it is having previous year. These both will be in part number 3. These both will be in part number 3. If you want to know what is it for assessment year 23, 24, which means for previous year, this will be in. Very good. Now does it make sense? Now does it make sense? Yes. Now for your exam, how do you call these things? 23, 24 is your current previous year. It is your current previous year. AY 24, 25 is your assessment year. It is not your current assessment year, it is your assessment year. It is your assessment year. Varla, therefore it is assessment year. What is 22, 23? It is your preceding previous year. It is your preceding previous year. And 23, 24 is your current assessment year. Correct? Now you understand. Now you understand. Nothing is wrong in English. Nothing is wrong in English. It's how you understand it. It's how you understand it. Okay. Yes. Yes. Background clear. Background clear. At the end of the day, we are talking about everything which is going to take place in 1st April 23 to 31st March 24. That is what Finance Act is for. That is what Finance Act is for. Okay. Okay. Can we go forward? Yes. 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 In your exams, be careful about this. Be careful about this. You are looking at part number 3 now. I am not discussing part number 1. I am discussing about part number 3. Because part number 1 has gone already for your May 23 and November 23. You are in November 24. So for you, it is part number 3 of Finance Act 23 of Finance Act 2023. Now can we go? Now can we go? Yes. Now let's start chapter number 2. Now let's start chapter number 2. Before even I start chapter number 2, I have 2 rules which I always keep. I have 2 rules which I have always keep. This is not my rules. This is income tax rules. This is income tax rules. Income tax rules comes and say, before even you start this chapter, always refer 2 sections, which is section 288 capital A and section 288 capital B. What is it? It is section 288 capital A and 288 capital B. What is 288 capital A coming and saying? Whenever you have a total income, the total income should be rounded off to nearest. Very good. The total income should be rounded off to the nearest 10. Rahul, what is this? Understand? No, you're talking about real life income. You're talking about real life income. Every time you receive income, you'll receive it in 10, 20s only. You may receive 1 rupee, 2 rupee also. Possible? Possible. Now imagine a scenario where you're giving income to income tax department and coming and saying, I've earned 5 crore 44 lakh 33,291 rupees. Idhik mele he'll come and say pay tax and he'll say 30% tax. What will you do? 0.3 rupees you'll give him. Will you give him 1 rupee 0.3 rupees? Difficult? Difficult. That time income tax came and said, I don't want chillers and all from you. I don't want chillers and all from you. Whenever you have numbers like this, always round off to nearest 10. Always round off to nearest 10. Yes or no? Yes. Now you may come and ask me, Rahul, I rounded off to the nearest 10. I made it 290. Now I am computing tax. That time 100% will come as 0. No, that time also it can be in 1 or 2s. It can also be in 1 or 2s, which is why 288B comes and says the final tax payable. What? The final tax payable should be rounded off to nearest same 10 rupees to the nearest 10 rupees. Rahul, in exam, will they tell you to round off? Who has to do this? You have to do this. Rahul, big thing if you don't round off. Yes. For everything which you don't round off, you will lose half a mark. You will lose half a mark. Rahul, half a mark தானே பெரிய விஷயமா? போட்டு பாரு தெரியும். போட்டு பாரு தெரியும். By the way, just to understand, if you don't round off total income, tax payable is 100% not getting right number. Which means the moment you don't round off total income, half gone there. And because of that half, this half is also gone. Which means if you don't round off total income, kandipa 1 mark lost. Yes or no? Yes or no? And for those of my old friends, 1 mark you know. 1 mark की कीमत तुम ही जानो, Ramesh Babu. Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Om Shanti Om movie, man. Nothing else. Yes. Point is, this is a mandatory golden rule of chapter number 2. This is a mandatory golden rule of chapter number 2. It is there in the chapter. But I've put it in the last because I know. If I put it here, then you will know. If I put it there, you will forget. I wanted to forget. Let's see how much you remember. Rule is very simple. You have to round off your total income and your tax payable, final tax payable. If you don't do it, you are losing marks. Now, do I have to explain how round off works? Or you know? Indike confidence ilya? Sabba. 4,83,496. 483 500. 483 500. 5407891. Two, three, four, five, five, five. I don't know. Sure? Yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. 5 and above, next number. 5 and above, next number. 1, 2, 3, 4 is previous number. 5 and above, next number. You have to keep this in mind. Now, I have not told you whether it is total income or taxable. It doesn't matter. Both are to be rounded off. Okay? Yes. How will you do that?
2,50,000 then because of the rounding up it becomes 2,50,000.
You have to pay tax. Yes, you have to do it. Can't help it. I'll see what you think is the smallest thing. I'll tell you one other thing. Income tax comes and says 5 lakhs variko no tax payable. Assuming your income is 5 lakh 6 rupees, you will become 5 lakh 10. You become 5 lakh 10. The moment your income becomes 5 lakh 10, income tax says now you are not poor. I want tax of 13,000 rupees from you. How much did I earn? How much did I extra earn? 10 rupees. How much tax am I paying? Pay. You are not poor for me. 10 rupees you want extra, no? Go loss. It happens. Income tax is not supposed to be logical. Okay, we'll do it. In this chapter only you'll know. What you're thinking is very small. I'm having big things for you. Yes, let's do. Your total income should be rounded off to the nearest 10 and tax payable should be rounded off to the nearest 10. Yes. One thing before I start this chapter, let me clarify to you. In this chapter, nothing of this chapter will be told in the exam. The only thing which the chapter will come and tell you is what your income is. From that income, how to compute tax, what you should use, what you should not use, what and all can be missed out. Everything is your responsibility. Subject will not tell you one single thing. In the chapter, every single item is a silent adjustment. For income tax, I will only tell you the income. From that income, how you get your tax is your job. That's your combination, that's your headache. It doesn't matter. Income tax or ICA exams will not tell you one item also. They will just tell you this is my income. Tell me what my tax is. If you miss out one of the silent adjustment also, tax is 100% coming. Wrong only. That is what my fun is. That is what my fun is. We will do it. We will do it. You will realize the kind of tax payables and all you people will get. No, fun only it will be. One person will come and say, Rahul, idhukku tax is 2 rupees. The other person will say, this tax is 20 lakh rupees. Vidyasame irugadu. 2 to 20 lakhs, see the difference. You will realize the kind of fun we are going to have with this chapter. No? That is why I take it first itself. Yes. Anyway, let's come back. The point is, your golden rules to start with is 10 of total income, 10 of tax payable, 10 of tax payable. Now go back to your golden rules and tell me which step should be rounded off, which step should be rounded off. Which step I am asking you to round off? Step number, very good. First one is step number 8. The other one is step number 14. Step number 14. Both of these things have to be rounded off to the nearest 10. Rahul, idhukku nadula irukkudu steps can I round off? Every step can I do 10 round offs? No. Unless and until you get step number 8, no round offs. No round offs. Unless and until you get to step number 14, no round offs. No round offs. But yes, do keep this in mind. At any stage, if you get a decimal, immediately next number or previous number. Yes, decimal portho varaiko round off will happen then and there itself. Now that will not be round off to 10. It will be round off to the next number or previous number. Round off to the next number of previous number. Decimal portho varaiko immediate round offs. Decimal portho varaiko immediate round offs. Other than that, total income and tax payable to the nearest 10. To the nearest 10. Now can we start the topic? Yes. Let's start the topic. We are looking at tax rates. Now, if I have to tell you the tax rate, I need to first break everyone off into persons. I first need to break everyone off into persons. What are the persons we know? Individuals, HUF, firm, AOP, BOI, AJP, company, local authority, and that's all. Yes, this is what your persons is. Let's start with the most important from exam perspective, which is your individuals. Now, when I'm starting with individuals, I'm also going to cover HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. 5 people I'll cover together, single shot. Which is your what? Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP. Very good. 5 people I'm going to cover. Yes. Now, I told you when I started the subject that direct tax is a progressive tax. Meaning the more you want, the more you pay. Now, to answer his question, Rahul, 2,40,999. 49,999. I would have paid no tax. Up to 2,50,000 agnone, should I pay tax? Answer is no. We work on a slab rate model. You would have learned something called as step fixed cost. Yes. So for the first step, this much rate. For second step, this much rate. For third step, this much rate is what we call it as. We call them as slab rate taxation. Spelling taparka. We call them as slab rate taxation. Rahul, what do you mean by slab rate taxation? This is how your tax rates are looking like. Assuming my total income and my tax rate. Income tax comes and says, if you have total income up to 2.5 lakhs, so for the first 0 to 2.5 lakhs, the tax rate is 0. Meaning up to 2.5 lakhs, you will not pay anything. Rahul, in exam, they will tell you 2.5. In exam, will they tell you 2.5? Your job. You need to do it. Rahul, assuming my income is 3 lakhs. What will happen, Rahul? They'll come and say for the first 2.5 lakhs, no tax. Balance 50 only we will talk about. That is called as slab rate. So income tax comes and says for the first 2.5 lakhs tax is 0. For the next 2.5 lakhs, meaning from 2 lakh 50 1 rupee to 5 lakhs, tax rate is 5%. Tax rate is 5%. Meaning in my example, if your income is 3 lakhs, what will you do? First 2.5 lakhs you will say 0. Next 50,000 you will say 5%. It is not the whole 3 lakhs will become 5%. It is 2.5 lakhs will be 0. Next 50 will become 5%. Purida. Hello. Yes. Next. Rahul. If you have income more than 5 lakhs, up to 10 lakhs, meaning for the next 5 lakhs, meaning for the next 5 lakhs, tax rate is given as 20%. Tax rate is given as 20%. Meaning. Now you have an income of 7 lakhs. Now you have an income of 7 lakhs. Income tax will say first 2.5, 0. 2.5 to 5, meaning for the next 2.5 lakhs, you will pay 5%. You will pay 5%. For the balance 2 lakhs, you will pay. Purida. We'll do examples. Right now, this is what it is. Okay. Rahul, after this, what will happen? Income tax says after any 10 lakhs, rate is 30%. Rate is 30%. Okay. Yes. What are the tax rates, Rahul? For the first 2.5 lakhs, tax rate is 0. From 2.5 to 5, it is 5. From 5 to 10, it is 20. After 10, it becomes 30%. After 10, it becomes 30%. Okay. This is what your tax rate is. Any doubts? No doubts? As we keep doing it, we'll solve sums. Open your workbooks. Open your workbooks. Put the heading as chapter number 2, rates of taxes. 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 Under that, illustration number 1. Illustration number 1. Compute tax of Mr. A. Compute tax of Mr. A, aged 27 years. Compute tax of Mr. A, aged 27 years. Age 27 years. Having total income of 686,742. Compute tax payable of Mr. A, 27 years, having total income of 686,742. You want me to do it? Go. என்ன கொடுத்தனே அப்புறம் என்ன? You want me to sit and write along with you? Solve it. Go ahead, try. Paper la pottiya. If I could give you marks for your calculator, then it was life good, no? Put paper la. Hey, by the way, seri parala podu. போடு 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 பார்ப்போம். ஆமாம் கண்டிப்பாக ஆகும், இல்லாமல் போகாதே. The by the way was that if I see someone not writing, that also I will tear the page off. You have only 10 seconds. Numbers. 4984. Okay. You do your test. Hey, no discussions. Number. Patiya. 218. 21,840. Okay. Okay, great. Next. 49. 850. Okay. 49,850. இப்போதான் சம்ம ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க, அதுக்குள்ள 2 ஆன்சர் இருக்கு பாத்தியா. ஏய் குவிக்லி எவ்ரி ஒன் எல்ஸ் ஆல்சோ. பாத்தியா 68 520 49,850. Anyone unique answers? எனக்கு அதான் முக்கியம். If you are getting the same answer, then you are the same crowd person. I want unique answers. Now if I come on rounds and I see someone has not put it in their paper, கீச்சிருவேன் நான். Is everyone done? Question number 1 லே முக்குதுன்னா காலி. Done, 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 done everyone? Yes, same answers. Anything new answer? 59, 190, 185. Okay. Done everyone. 62350. No change of answers. No change of answers. I'm sorry. Next. Done, 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 done everyone. Yes, yes. The madam in red. The madam in red. Number. ஏமா கேக்குற மாதிரி பேசேன் போடல. Done everyone? Can I? Yes. What is the number? Sir didn't tell the answer yet. யாரோட தப்புறா அது? Number is 66742. This is your total income. The step number 1 is 68674. For everyone who did not do it, take out your red pens, strike the whole thing out. Strike it quickly. சொன்னதுக்கு அப்புறம் பண்ணல பாத்தியா. Your answer may be right. I don't care. With this step itself going wrong, further steps are always wrong. Yes, first step 2 is round off. Everyone has taken it out? Yes. Let's proceed forward. Now I'm saying that Rahul, this is what your income looks like. What will you do? For the first 2.5 lakhs, I will say it is 0. From 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs, what is the incremental? 2.5 lakhs. This will be taxable at the rate of, number will come as 12,500. Rahul paakame solriye. That is how it is. As you flow through it, you will understand. Yes, what is left? From the next 5 lakhs to 6,86,740, incremental number is 186,740 at the rate of 20%. Number sollu 37,348. Total the numbers. 49,848. Now I know a lot of people here have rounded it off. Good job, but it is wrong. The sum is not done. I told you step number 14 is to be rounded off. You have just found out the basic tax. I did not tell you that the sum is over. Yes, so you don't need to round off at this stage. If you have done it, no problem. Just strike that part alone. We will have to add some additional items here. இப்போதைக்கு the number is 49,848. Don't worry, this is not a mistake from your side. I did not complete the chapter. So this is okay. All right. It's still wrong. They will strike it off. You have missed out one of the very important sections which income tax itself has given. With that, your step itself is wrong. Your answer may be same, doesn't matter. If you have not followed the guidelines of income tax, then you are not abiding to the law, and if you are not abiding to the law, you are not faithful enough to compute taxes, is what the contention is. They will strike off everything. Okay. Yes, like I told, this carries half a mark. And the 2 rupees which you did not round off itself will take away half a mark for you. Okay. Yes. Now, people who gave me other numbers, what exactly went wrong? 49,848 and 49,850. I'm okay with this. 21,840. You took?
Mine was 68,550. Instead of taking 20%, I did 30%.
அப்போ அதிகமாக தானே வரும். புரியல எனக்கு. சரி, ஓகே. நோ.
No, the second 68.
ஓ, yours is 6. நான் என்ன கேட்டேன்? Who did 21,840? B னா யாரு? சந்தோஷம்.
2.5, so I did 0% taxes for 2.5 lakhs. Then I subtracted it from the income, so I got a value. Other than 2, I considered it.
Okay. Income tax was born for people who understand normal maths. Okay, let's not go into linear interpolation and all. No one will understand. Okay, it's okay. It's not wrong for the first sum. Just make sure that you take out your red pens and you make sure that you note down what mistake you did. Okay, let's keep this practice going forward. If at all you make a mistake, at that stage where you made the mistake, make sure you take out your red pens and you mark it on the left side, the border where you put out as to what mistake you did. Okay, yes. Okay, I didn't understand this 21, but okay. 68,520, you have taken 30% rate for the second slab itself. Okay, make sure you note it down. What is this 59,185? எது ரவுண்ட் ஆஃப் பண்ணல? 2 ரூபாய் ரவுண்ட் ஆஃப் பண்ணதுனால 11,000 போச்சா உனக்கு? ஏதோ உனக்கு புரிஞ்சதுல? சரி, நீ பாத்துக்கோ. 62.
Round of 5 lakhs, 5 lakh and 5%.
ஒரே நம்பருக்கு 2 வாட்டி டாக்ஸ் போட்டியா? Anyway, question number 1. Okay, no problem. Let's not continue is what the idea is. Okay, can we proceed? Yes. Since you are proceeding, please leave 3 lines. Question number 2. Leave 3 lines. Question number 2. Okay, yes. Copy paste. Compute total income, compute tax of Mr. A. Mr. A, aged 46. Compute tax of Mr. A, aged 46, having total income of 498,543.2. 498,543.2. 498,543.2. See, the fun about thing is any number you give, you should know how to compute tax. That's all. So I'm randomly throwing numbers. Let's see how you figure it out. You have exactly 30 seconds. I want no discussions. ஏய் என்ன சொன்னேன் நான்? மேலே இருக்கு. Time's up. Number. 1 second, one by one. 13, 8,129. Next. It's not possible that everyone will get the same number. Be honest. Just because that person gave the number does not mean it's right. இப்பே சொல்லிடுறேன். சேம் யோசிச்சு பாரு. லைக் குரூப்பே தப்பா இருந்ததுன்னா எப்படி இருக்கும்? ட்ரஸ்ட் யுவர் புக்ஸ் பீப்புள். யூ நோ இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் பெட்டர் தென் அதர்ஸ். 13, 33, 129. நெக்ஸ்ட். என்னடா ரெண்டுத்துல ஒன்று இருக்கு. சரி ஏதோ ஒன்று இருக்கு. டிஃப்ரெண்ட் நம்பர்ஸ். நோ டிஸ்கஷன்ஸ், நோ ஆடிட்டிங் அதர்ஸ் புக்ஸ். உனக்கே தப்பா இருக்குன்னா அவனுக்கே நான் ஆடிட் பண்றேன். ஏமா இவ்வளோ டைம் ஆகுது? கால்குலேட்டர் தானே தட்டணும். டன். மாத்திட்டியா? நீ தானே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒன் சொன்ன, செகண்ட் ஒன் சொன்னியா நீ? சரி ஓகே. நெக்ஸ்ட். I'm going to do until that red one does not give me an answer. 13 ரவுண்ட் ஆஃப் பண்ணியா? நான் தான் சொன்னேன்ல பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு. 1383 129. Yes, woman in red. The men in blue is asking. என்னம்மா கால்குலேட்டர் புரியலையா என்ன? How should I help you? So what? Men in blue is asking woman in red. என்ன புரியல? Hey, anyone else with a number? Same numbers. What do you have to do? 4, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3. This time who missed? Anyone? No one missed? Not bad. Okay, so we have 49,58,000.
85.
Okay. 85,000. 85,430. Yes. What is it? It is 0 to 2.5 lakhs. Number is 0. For the next 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs at the rate of 5%, number is 12,500. For the next 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs at the rate of 20%, number is 1 lakh. Leaves you the balance 39,85,430 at the rate of 30%, number. Hey, one by one. 95 629. Add the numbers. 1308 129. Yes, my friend. Buy second option. கீழே நம்பர்ஸ் இருக்கு, செக் பண்ணு. For the next 5 lakhs, 20%. Okay, second option. Third one. What did we do this time?
I compared 7.2 lakhs.
You are running a different maths only right now. எனக்கே பயமா இருக்கு. Did you understand what I did? My question. I don't care what you did. Did you understand what I did? No idea what you did. Is this clear? Yes. Yes. Hey, if anyone is not understanding, let me know. This is important. This is the most basic. இந்த சாப்டர்ல இருக்குது some மொக்கையான கேஸ் இதுதான். எஸ் இதுக்கு மேலே வேற லெவலில் வரும். எஸ் இதே புரியலனா கஷ்டம் அப்போ. எஸ் பி வெரி கேர்ஃபுல். வாட் ஐம் டூயிங் இஸ் வெரி சிம்பிள். ஐம் மூவிங் ஃப்ரம் ஒன் ஸ்லாப் டு another slab. Yes, numbers is something which you should be aware about. You will remember it later. If you having challenges, don't worry. You can use your book. You can use your book to understand what number is coming. But please don't make mistakes of these natures. Yes, these are very, very basic things. These are very basic things. Okay. Yes. Can we proceed? Can we proceed? I'll ask you a question. 3 seconds answer. 3 seconds answer. Compute the tax on the total income of 1,34,420 rupees. Compute tax on 1,30,420 rupees. Answer will be because for the first 2.5 lakhs anyway there is no tax. Clear? Clear? Now one thing if you notice, question number 1 and question number 2. Question number 1 and question number 2. The second limit number was the same. 12,500. Third scenario, 1 lakh is also. Yes, in third scenario and second scenario, 1 lakh is not the same because you are falling into one of those slabs. What I am trying to say is, if you are having income more than 10 lakhs, if you are having income more than 10 lakhs, you have two ways to do it. You have two ways to do it. Way number 1, long method. Way number 2, you can directly come and say, Rahul, for the first 10 lakh rupees, tax is 1,12,500. This will never change. This will never change. Yes or no? Because slab அப்படிதான் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. For the first 10 lakhs, nothing will change. 1,12,500 is what the number will come. No matter how hard you try. Yes, but keep in mind this will only work out if the income is more than 10 lakhs. If the income is less than 10 lakhs, don't try this. If the income is less than 10 lakhs, what will you do? Rahul, 1,12,500 minus 7.5 lakhs minus 2.5 lakhs ஏதோ போட்டுட்டு கடைசியில நம்பர் வரலனா வரல. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Please keep in mind that this will only work out if the income is more than 10 lakhs. Yes, you can try shortcuts. Right now, don't do it. Right now, don't do it. Right now, you're trying to learn. So until you're learning, let's do long. Let's do long. Once you get a grip of things, we will do shortcut. We'll do shortcut. Later, once we are having a strong grip on the subject, I will tell you how to do this in calculator itself. Okay, we will come to that point sometime. We'll come to that point sometime. Right now, you're trying to learn, so let's work with the learning. Let's work with the learning. Okay. Yes, can we? One more question. Unless I get common answer for the whole question, we are doing sums. We're doing sums. Let's. நீங்க தான் சொன்னீங்க ராகுல் தியரி மொக்கையா இருக்கு இப்போ பாரு வா. I'll teach you how practical works. Yes, question number. Hey, again leave. Always ensure you're leaving 3 lines. Always ensure leaving 3 lines. Illustration number 3. Illustration number 3. Again, same, continue, go ahead. Compute tax on Mr. A, aged 12 years. போடு பரவாயில்ல போடு. Compute tax on Mr. A, aged 12 years. ஏமா மிஸ்டர் இருக்கக்கூடாதா? Compute tax on Mr. A, aged 12 years, having income of, let's play hard, having income of 5,9,2,5,8,3,4,7 5 crores. This is go ahead. 5,9,2,5,8,3,4,7. No discussions. One seven 59 000 5 17 lakhs, sir. 1 crore 750 75 lakhs, sir. Yes, ma. 17887 Okay, let's close this. You have to make this as 592 58 350. Yes. Now I know the I know the shortcut method, so I'm doing shortcut. You would have done the long method. It is for the first 10 lakhs. Number is 1,12,500. Balance is how much? 5 crore 82 lakh 58,350 at the rate of 30%. 1 lakh 174. Sure. 77 5. Total the number. Yes, what linear equation we did this time? You did not fix it, you discussed and mixed it. Subtraction. Oh, that's it. Okay. Yes, ma. No, 1 second. Which step? Acha. Did you round off the 347 to 350? Then you should not get this number. You cannot get 0.1, ma. You should get next number only. Check. This is the number which you should get, which is there on the screen. See if it's not matching. Yes, everyone. Yes. You understand how it's working out. Last question. Let's close it. Last question. Illustration number 4. Illustration number 4. Compute tax payable of Mr. A, aged 58 years, with a total income of throw numbers. Pick one number. 2 7 9 3. 1 second. Elding. Throw 6 9 8 7. One more number. 5. Let's try 5. 27 crores. 93 lakh 69,875. முஷ்டியா கால்குலேட்டர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். எழுதியா நீ? பரவாயில்லையே, சொல்லு. 836 2 3 4 6 4. Krishnaveni in online has also confirmed the same number. Same. Madam on the checks. Woman in red. Pencil in the மாறிட்டீங்களா first? Same. Hey, no discussion. Number சொல்லு. Same. Same. No fun only. ஏய் வேற நம்பர் வந்துச்சு உனக்கு கரெக்டா பார்த்துட்டேனா வேற நம்பர் வரல சேம் நம்பர் சேம் நம்பர் வந்துச்சுன்னா கிளாஸ் முடிக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கும் இல்லை வெயிட்டிங் ஃபார் வரும் இல்லையா அவன் வேற நம்பர் சொல்லுவான் பாரு எனக்கு கான்ஃபிடென்ஸாக இருக்கு எனக்கு உனக்கு தான் ஊரே வெயிட்டிங் கேட்கவே மாட்டேங்கிறான் பாரு All right. Yes, sweet. We have just completed 3 lines of the second chapter. 3 line மட்டும் முடிச்சிருக்கோம். Yes, but good. At least everyone has come to a stable position. Yes, we will see how it works in the next class. We will enhance this a little further. We will bring in some more tax rates. We will also understand why income tax is called as progressive. This is not the only reason why income tax is called as progressive. There are various other reasons. Complication has just started, but good. If you can keep this pace and understand what a slab rate means, somehow you have understood how the subject works. Yes, next class we will come back and we will do this a little better. Today is Friday, is it? Okay. I mostly don't have any classes on weekends. I will meet you back once again on Monday. We'll meet back once again on Monday. Please prepare, revise and come chapter number 1 and to the slab rates. In the slab rates, if you see the first 3 lines alone, adu matto you'll have to revise and come. Don't read anything else. We will discuss when we do Monday's class. All right. Thank you people. Have a great weekend.